Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. We have some clear skies. Thank you very much for joining me today. I am Tom, I am the Astro Canuck, and we'll be taking some live images of outer space, finally. It's always a good feeling when the clouds clear out. Now, the only caveat to this whole night is that we have some high winds, and that might be a little iffy there. Paul Rowe, how are you doing? Thanks for joining in. How are things with you, sir? I'm really hoping that the winds aren't going to be too bad. They have it's been more gusty periods every now and then. It's been, for most of the day, it's been all right. So hopefully that kind of will hold off long enough while we're doing some photos, so we don't have too much movement on the telescope. And we'll see. I might adjust the timings of the images just to see how that kind of will play out for us tonight. But we have clear skies right through the whole night. I'll see kind of how long we'll last doing all this here. But there are plenty of targets that are going to be available, and possibly even getting some Orion, some areas from the Orion constellation near the, I guess, later in the evening. Well, apart from spending 2 hours or so to get a heart rate tracker going on VR just because I'm good. Fair enough. I like the concept of that Beat Saber, or Saber Beats, or whatever it is. It also kind of makes me miss Guitar Hero a little bit. And I see whenever like kind of the sabers are kind of doing little flourishes, are you just actually spinning your remotes around, or is it just kind of one of those holding pattern things that the game does? I'm interested in how much is people kind of showing off their skills. Glass Monty, how are you doing? Thanks for joining in. Hope you're well. We are just going to pick our first target to start on there. All me, basically, apart from throwing them. Fair enough. Well, it looks like a fun game. Where'd my music go? There we are. So I'm doing well. I'm doing really well. Aside from just being a little worried about the clouds. Sorry, not the clouds, the wind. There's a little bit of, we got possibly 15, it says there are conflicting reports on the wind. The Met Office website is saying 15-mile-an-hour winds, which is all right. That's totally fine. But possible gusts of about 30 miles an hour. So that might wobble the telescope a little bit there. We might lose an image or two. But I'm going to try to maybe pick out some brighter areas in the night sky, and we'll we might adjust how long the exposures are going to be. So we are using, here is our, let's take a look at our telescope. This is a Altair Astro Ritchie-Chrétien 8-inch telescope. It is a reflecting telescope, so there is a large primary mirror in the back, a smaller secondary mirror in the front, and the light is going to, whatever we're capturing is going to come in there, bounce off the large mirror, hit the smaller secondary mirror, and come back into our camera, which is a ZWO ASI 533. It's a cooled astronomy dedicated camera, and it's really its sole purpose, like the telescope, is to take images of the night sky with as much detail as possible. Now, the difference with this camera, as opposed to like your regular kind of Canon or a Sony, is that this one has the capability of cooling. So you can drop that temperature of the sensor and you're not going to get as much thermal noise. And how we do that is with an app from ZWO that is part of their ASI Air. It's a Raspberry Pi It is a Raspberry Pi controlled unit, and it usually works with a tablet, but I am using a program called BlueStacks to emulate the Android system on here. And I'm just going to drop the camera's temperature down a little bit more. We're going to get down to minus 10 degrees on the sensor there. And at least, you know, we're not we don't have to cool it we don't have to run the cooler very hard on it, because it already is a cool night out. awalker.ca, you're the latest follower. That is Mr. Andrew Walker, I am assuming. How are you? Good to see you in here, man. How are things? It's been quite a while there. Hope you're well. Hope everyone's doing well on your side of the pond there. Yes, there you go. If you're a subscriber, use the emotes whenever you want there. If you have enough photon points to redeem to unlock an emote, go ahead and do that as well. Happy to have you guys in here. Things are good. Heard about your channel last night from a mutual friend, so I thought I'd check it out. Well, thank you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you. Thanks to your friend for spreading the word. So we are taking live images, and usually the exposures are going to run for about 5 or 10 minutes, and it's going to depend on the weather tonight. And I'm going to pick our first target so we can kind of get imaging on that. And while I'm babbling on about the rest of the night there, we will have that exposure running through there. And I'm going to, the other night we did process the Heart Nebula, and we did look at the Heart Nebula, so I'm going to go to its companion, the Soul Nebula, which is IC 1848. So we'll choose that there. And send that off to its position. I don't think it's really far from where we were pointing to get our focus, so it's not a large movement on the scope there. But that's working out. That is, we're on target now to a degree. We'll make sure that everything is where we want it to be, and make sure I'm on a portion of that nebula that I think is going to look interesting through the scope there. And what am I seeing? Where are we? We're kind of, looks like we're up near like the northern area. I think I want to move down a little bit. So one thing we can do on this is that we can actually you do a bit of a long press. And let's see, that's, yeah, it's center on there. So to move just a tiny little bit, and because it's already taken a picture, it's done its plate solving, so it knows, the telescope now knows where it's looking. So to move it just a tiny little bit, those motors are just going to move it just ever so slightly, and we're going to be able to be on target there. So I may have to do a couple of movements just to be sure we are on the area that I want to be on, because it's a really wide, it's a large nebula, and so if we're looking at it in Stellarium, the kind of the free program. Now also, just I'm going to jump back for a hot second here, because those of you who have joined in before do know that sometimes the internet cuts out for a split second. And we're back in like a few seconds afterwards. However, I've updated the driver of my Ethernet adapter, so we'll see if that is the problem. If everything goes smoothly the whole night, then we'll assume that my driver was out of date and it just wasn't working correctly there. So hopefully that is going to be the case. Disk of Accretion. Thank you very much for joining the observatory. I love that name. I love that name there. Yes, thank you very much for joining the observatory. Welcome to our community. We are doing everything we can to shoot live images of the night sky and hoping that the clouds hold off as long as possible. But right now we're going to be shooting an area of the Sol Nebula, and you can see it's a fair-sized nebulous complex, and the scope that we're using is not this one. This is this little red box is the size of our focal length at 979 millimeters and a square sensor. So that is the kind of the small portion of the nebula that we're going to pick up. And I'm going to aim for this part right here because I think that's going to be it's going to be a nice contrast of the dust lane and the H alpha signal that's in there. So we'll make sure that we'll do that. Nova Charter, thank you very much for the lurk. Thanks for popping in there. Hopefully all is well with you. But yeah, we're going to aim for this part of the nebula there. So it should be just down below. Two windows below is the ASI air. And I just want to make sure that we're kind of in that section. I'm going to have to move down just one more, just a little bit more there. So I think I'm just going to need some of those stars out of the area. Yeah, I think we're going to want to be centered about there. So we'll move the scope just a tiny little bit, and we'll start on that exposure. All right. So that's that should be about where we want to be. Just make do one more exposure there to make sure we're on the spot. It's looking to be about where I want it to be. That should be. That's not too bad. I think we're no. Okay, I'm gonna be mildly picky on this one, and I think actually just down here is where I want to be centered on. That star pattern looks to be exactly where I want everything to be, and we'll do that one more time. Move it there, and we'll start imaging on there. But thank you guys very much for tuning in. I'm really happy that the weather has improved. I was kind of hoping last night was going to be a bit of a little more clearer. Unfortunately, the weather didn't hold up. It said there was going to be possibly a couple hours, possibly 3 of clear skies, but unfortunately that didn't happen. So tonight is looking to be clear the entire night, but we do have some high winds kind of rolling through there, and unfortunately with the high winds, there can be some instability in the scope. But I think I'll try and do it like a regular 10-minute exposure on this one here, and we'll just see how this one plays out. So I've got our guide star, and we are off to guiding now. Everything's good. And we're off and rolling with guiding. So that is fine. That the way what guiding is going to do, it just focuses on that one star, and what you're able to do is to account for any movements in the whole scope, because there's not going to be like perfect tracking of the scope as it's rotating. So you do want to be able to follow with the smaller telescope on a single star. That's going to measure any movements in your right ascension or your declination, so that way the scope is going to stay on target, and you're not going to be able to, you won't have long star trails in there. Now it's looking like the guiding is a little wonky, and it's going to be really fighting for some good guiding tonight. But we'll see how it goes. And if we end up with okay stars, then it's okay. It's all right. We're not too fussed on things. So I'm going to start this exposure on the Soul Nebula, and hopefully everything goes all right there. I mean, I don't think we're going to have a huge issue with the wind, but you never know. Usually you want it obviously to be as calm as possible, but that isn't always the case. Capone Gaming, thank you very much. Thanks for the lurk. Appreciate that, man. Have a good night yourself, and we'll have some fun over here. So while we're waiting for that to run its course there, now it does look like there is some movement. Definitely seeing movement in that star there, and that is going to be the winds kind of kicking up. We're not going to worry too much about that. I mean, we're still within like 1 arc second, and overall it's not the worst. I've seen worse guidings with better images, so we'll deal with that as it goes. But I mean, I'm probably gonna jinx it, but I'm saying so far the internet looks like it's holding up. Doesn't look like there's any issues, and almost by now something would have happened. I think we might be good so far. But yeah, as some of you who have been here before, you know that there have been some issues with the connection, and I've been troubleshooting for quite a while now, and I think I've basically come down to almost the last point of what it could be, and that was the hardware or the firmware update on my the Ethernet connection there. So we'll see how that goes. But for now, we started off with the Soul Nebula, which is the partner to the Heart Nebula in the constellation of Cassiopeia. And just a little information on the Soul Nebula. If I can get that to crop up, there we go. So the Soul Nebula is a large area of nebulosity in Cassiopeia, and the nebula is commonly called by the cluster's designation IC 1848. This complex is the eastern neighbor of the Heart Nebula, and the two are often mentioned together as Heart and Soul. I won't bust into any Rod Stewart. Several other open clusters are embedded in the nebula, and the nebulosity can be glimpsed around most of the brighter stars in the Soul Nebula. There's a cluster moderately conspicuous, a rich but not compressed swarm of 11th magnitude and fainter stars. So this whole complex is about 75 to 6,500 light years away. So it is, what's the size of it? I don't have the size. It doesn't say what the on here, at least what the size of this whole nebula is, but it is many. It's going to be many light years in diameter. Just like how big it is in the night sky and how far away it is. There is some maths that can be done to work that out, and it could be based on my pixel size versus what we're looking at, and it's a lot of mathematic equations that I'm not going to do, and I don't know how to do. So yeah, that's a little bit out of the realm of my experience, but we do like to look at beautiful images of the night sky at least, and I'll explain those as best as I can. And like I said before, always trying to learn more, a little bit more each day. And and if there's anybody who kind of has a little more insight and anybody who has questions, I'm always happy to answer them. Always more than happy to kind of listen to any new input that someone may have. Just if you have any stories or questions about astrophotography. I've been doing this for about 4 years now, and still very much a rookie compared to what a lot of other people have been doing for many years. And I try to follow as many other astrophotographers as possible, just to kind of get little bits of information from kind of picking their brains essentially through their channels, and just kind of slowly kind of building like my own way of processing, and which can still be a little haphazard. And those of you who have watched the rainy day astronomy videos, when it can take quite a while to do that. ATS. So we are currently capturing photons sent out around the time Mesopotamia first existed. There you go. Yeah. So the light that we're seeing from this area was about 65 to 7,500 years ago. And the farther away the object is, obviously something like the Andromeda galaxy, which is 2.5 million light years away, we're seeing that as it was 2.5 million years ago. Even the sun, the light that's coming from the sun was 8 minutes ago. So the image of the moon 1 second ago. So yeah, everything, it's that weird notion that we're kind of used to what seems to be instantaneous is everything else out in space is taking a long time to get to us. And sometimes that is it's annoying almost in the sense that what we're seeing is then, we're not seeing the now. And kind of like I often wonder, can we see the now if we were able to travel at light speed, or faster than light speed, and watch this object come into view as we approached it, and would we actually see it changing? And it's one of those weird thoughts that kind of come into my head while I might be sitting outside during imaging. And I know this already, but hearing people say it out loud still blows my mind. And yeah, me too. It's just one of those, sometimes you have a little mini existential crisis, kind of looking out there. Celtic Raven, how you doing? No moving faster than light till we master gravity. Well, I guess that's a long way off then. But there's always those, when science fiction movies kind of come up with certain things, and as long as, they're kind of maybe sticking to as much of the science as possible, it seems almost plausible. Whereas I've seen some, some programs where maybe they're getting an image from their satellite that's supposed to be around, let's say Jupiter or Saturn or something like that. And it's kind of like, they have it on their live feed. It's like, gentlemen, we're seeing this happen as it's occurring. It's like, no, you can't. It's going to be, what's Jupiter, about 55 light minutes away? I know Mars is on average about 7 minutes away. So so each signal is going to be 7 minutes each way there. Disk of accretion. If you search for a birthday star, you can find stars whose light emitted around the time you were born. It's an interesting one. I like that. I like that that concept. So let's see what. Oh gosh, I'm going to open up the internet. As long as it doesn't eat up too much memory, should be fine. All right. What star is waiting for this picture so I can go out. All right, we have 10 seconds there on this image. It looks like there is maybe a little bit of wind, so we'll see if everything held up. If it didn't move too much. Yeah, I'm happy with that. All right, let's boost up the contrast a little bit there, or just do a little histogram stretch. And that is the section I wanted to, which works out very well. So that is part of the Soul Nebula. You know, and overall the stars aren't too bad. I'm happy with that. So a radio source within the Heart Nebula is a massive star-forming regions of spanning an area of the sky equivalent of 4 full moons. There are large cavities that are carved out by radiation and winds from the region's most massive stars. Carving out these cavities pushes the gas together, causing it to ignite into successive generations of new stars. So these areas that we're looking at that are kind of the like this little dark shadow in there, that's like a term is a Bok globule, and kind of these areas that have kind of separated will can eventually coalesce and start to form their own star as all the matter starts to accrete in with all the dust and gases that are in there, and those can also contain matter from other stars that have exploded, you know, millions of years prior, that have kind of scattered its guts throughout the universe. So that's kind of how basically how planets and more interesting life is formed. As stars explode, they are creating heavier elements within the cores, and once they explode in a supernova, it spreads all that material out, and so you get like the stars that have more metallosity within them. So there are some other elements that are going to, you know, form life, and you know, they're like any of the elements. Basically, hydrogen and helium are the two main elements in the universe, and the rest are kind of made within stars there. So in these, like where the gas or the hydrogen gas is in these areas that are forming stars, is where we get potential, you know, more planets, more you know, more potential for possible life. But how much is possible? I don't have those numbers, you know, cold to mind. So that's fucking insane. Right, won't be long. Still shocked, but what's actually out there, more than just blackness. And yeah, that is one of those things, because we look up at the night sky and we're only really seeing stars. There isn't much that we can see with the naked eye, aside from, you know, the some globular clusters as like faint fuzzies with like binoculars. But if you look at the Orion constellation, you look at the Orion Nebula, you can see that with the naked eye, just from the ground. You can kind of pick out that bright patch and a little fuzziness around there. If you're in a dark enough area, you could see the Andromeda galaxy and even the band of the Milky Way. So, I mean, our meat cameras are incredibly inefficient, and we need cameras like this that we can pull out more detail and see. No, I don't want to go there. And see more of the night sky. That's possible. I'm using a filter on here as well with the camera, which is a narrowband filter, and that's going to cut out a lot of the light pollution, but it's also going to really just let through the light coming from the hydrogen alpha and oxygen 3 and hydrogen beta wavelengths. So just a tiny sliver on the red end of the spectrum and a little wider bit of a sliver on the near the blue end of the spectrum there. Because also there isn't a lot of green in space. So as these photons are coming into the camera, it is collected there, and it basically does a little bit of interpolation to kind of bring out these. It's a one-shot color camera that I'm using, so that's how we're able to get these color images right away. Usually the popular choice can be to use a monochrome camera, so that you're getting every bit of light that comes through and hits the sensor is going to be registered. Whereas when I'm using this camera, I have a Bayer matrix, which consists of a red pixel, a green pixel, and a blue pixel, and then that repeats throughout the whole camera. So when you're capturing any of the light that's emitting from the red end of the spectrum, you're losing 3/4 of the information. So right off the bat, it's a color camera can be inefficient. However, the technology for a CMOS camera has improved so much more, has improved so much over the past few years, and they've been able to just get that better interpolation of the data coming through, so you're able to get some more interesting images. And this camera has a much more sensitive sensor and like I said, again, that cooling capability, so we're able to still get a better signal coming through. We're not getting a lot of noise. I mean, if I zoom in on here, we can start to see a little bit of the kind of some thermal noise, because I am stretching this image a little more, and it is getting we're amplifying that noise. However, when you're doing astrophotos, you want to take more images, and then you stack that data on top of each other, and you average out all the noise, and you're really just getting that signal coming through, which is going to build up this image over time. So whereas we've taken when we did the Heart Nebula, I have I'm not going to muddle through those files. We'll find another picture in a bit, but just to kind of show you an example of what a single image looks like versus an entire processed image. And you're going to get much like the smoother dark areas, and just all those the clouds of nebulosity are just going to pop that much more through the camera once you finish processing that image there. Actually, I do have on my Instagram, I should have an example more readily available of a kind of a single shot. Actually, I do have I'll use my Heart Nebula as an example from last year, when I had just a single exposure. That was a single exposure that I processed to within an inch of its life of the Heart Nebula. And this is only a 5-minute image that I took, so you're not going to get much detail. And I just, like I said before, I just stretched that to within an inch of its life. Whereas once you're finished with the process, we have an image that's much more detailed, and you can see more areas of the nebula. So this is what we just shot of the Soul Nebula. This is its partner, the Heart Nebula. And it's one of those targets that's readily available in the sky for quite a while. So you can get a lot of integration time and take basically hours worth of photos on this one target in a night. And luckily right now in the Northern Hemisphere, because we're we're coming into the winter months where the nights are longer, and we have in the UK, we have about, I think it's about 10 hours available. So some of the targets that maybe kind of span, for me, I have a view to the north and the east, and that's about it. Everything else is blocked by houses and trees. And when some areas are kind of in like the northeastern area of the sky, they because they're closer to the poles, or the Earth's rotational axis, it is in the sky a lot longer. It doesn't move as quickly throughout the sky, whereas something that's long, closer to the south, that quickly is whipping around to an obscured area. So I always try to image as many targets in like the northeastern area of the sky. And I said Orion should be coming up earlier and earlier in the evening, and it's at this point now it's going to be above the horizon. However, I do have the neighbor's roof to contend with, which is, while it looks like there's a nice high view, the angle is a little skewed here with the security camera. So I do need to wait for objects to be about 36 degrees above the horizon before I'm actually able to image them there. But that is that's our first shot of the night, and I'm really happy with how that one turned out. And there have been a couple of times I've tried to frame it up and it just didn't work as well. But it's one of those things where you get more in tune to and familiar with the kind of the star formations in the sections of the night sky. And while this is largely kind of a push and go solution on here with the ASI Air, there's still, because it's a narrow view that we're looking at, while the center of the target that is traditionally picked may not be exactly the area that we can focus on. So being able to move it a little bit is good, but also you kind of some people may not get in as familiar with the night sky if they're using a go-to mount, whereas I started off with a go-to mount, but I also had a manual little star tracker that you had to really kind of pick out the areas of the sky, and with a little bit of star hopping, shooting the camera there. So it's one of those, the mixes of being able to if you're imaging the sky long enough, you're going to start to get familiar with the constellations and even just kind of the smaller star patterns within the nebulas that you're shooting, so you can know relatively quickly that you are nice and centered where you want to be. And it was there's a few times I've shot the Sol Nebula like this, and just kind of being able to pick out, it's basically there's a few stars down the bottom that kind of have a little uptick curve, and then there's a little bit of a double star just near the middle there that I kind of recognized, because it is such a faint nebula. And this was 10 minutes, and usually I'm not going to shoot a 10-minute image because possible with any wind kind of buffeting the scope, or a satellite might fly through, or an airplane might come through the frame, and that's it. And that's potentially ruining this shot that you have, that you're going to maybe stack on other images, but there's a chance of having a faded line throughout the thing, so you've kind of got to throw that frame away. Usually I'll stick to doing maybe 5 or 10-minute images. 4 or 5 minute images, and that way we're not losing a whole lot there. So I'm going to move over to another target that's close to there, and that is one of my other, I have many favorite targets. I mean, yeah, it's like saying, what's your favorite child? And my answer to that is, I don't have a child, so I don't have a favorite one. That was cool to see. Thanks for sharing. I got to head out, but it was fascinating. I look forward to seeing more. Andrew, thank you very much for coming in. Appreciate the follow. Thank you very much for stopping by there. Look forward to seeing you again. And spread the word. Tell your friends. If anybody who's interested in astronomy, I'm imaging as often as possible. And if I'm not imaging, we're kind of processing some images so we can see some sort of space. And if none of that is on the table, we'll play some video games. Yeah, we'll see you around, and thank you so much for stopping in, man. Appreciate it. Oh, wrong button. All right, so we're going to go to NGC 281, which is the not NGC 281, NGC. Yeah, that was M2. All right. In the Messier catalog, there are not 281 objects. There we go. This is another bright nebula, another star-forming region, one of my favorite ones. I've shot it at many different focal lengths. So that is the Pac-Man Nebula. So we'll set the scope to do its thing. All right, and we're doing a meridian flip because I had that on the wrong side. That's okay. Usually I do like to kind of keep shooting to the east, but at least this way we see the scope do a lot of movement. Oh wait, it looks like I'm not looking at the scope. Now I'm looking at the scope. Oh, look at it go. I see. I can't see it. I have to look this way. And this one is basically straight up in the sky, which is good because you're not shooting through a lot of the turbulence in the night sky. You're not shooting through any of the atmosphere, or as little as possible there. Whereas if you're kind of shooting closer to the horizon, you're dealing with any kind of residual heat from the day kind of rising up from rooftops, or you know, just any general light pollution, like any light dome that's coming through. So you're going to get a clearer shot. You have a bit of a calmer sky. And knowing by this, I'm happy with where the framing is on this, and it's always nice. It's going to look a little upside down. Well, I say upside down. I'm used to shooting it in the other orientation. We just make doubly sure we're on a good star that we're guiding with, and not really. I think that's a little too dim. You can kind of see in the upper left corner there, that's not a consistently bright star, and there's a good chance of, you know, if the scope moves too much, we're going to lose that star easily. So I do want to be on something brighter. So stop the guiding, refresh that, and we'll pick a new star to view on there. I think this one isn't going to be, this one will be all right. 2.7. I think everything else is going to be either too close or not bright enough, or too bright. What's this one there? Too bright. So we'll stick with that star. We'll see how the guiding should be all right with that one there. And we will start our exposure on the Pac-Man Nebula. So, I mean, if anybody does have any questions, those of you who may have just joined us, we are shooting live exposures of the night sky. We are currently on a nebula called the Pac-Man Nebula, which is a nice bright target that's going to show up really well on the camera there. And we usually shoot 10-minute exposures, and we'll see how well the scope holds up with the wind gusts that are potentially about 30 miles an hour. But overall the wind seems to be about 15, so it's overall calm, so we shouldn't have too many issues. And the last exposure we did was overall just fine, so we're happy with that. And some questions that I've gotten in the past was what is kind of the basic equipment you need for astrophotography, and really it's almost something as simple as your mobile phone, where a lot of them have longer exposure settings, so you can kind of prop it up and run a 30-second exposure, and you get a nice star field in frame there. And you can start with that. Astronomy begins just by looking up. As long as you're observing the night sky, that is, and kind of just having that little bit of wonder. There's plenty up there that we can't see with our naked eye, and it's only revealed through astrophotography. So it's one of those things that I'm happy to provide, and just bring as many images to you guys as possible. I mean, like the setup that I have is a little more advanced than kind of a basic setup. However, there's still several steps beyond what here, let me turn my face off for a second here. The mount that I have is a German equatorial mount, and basically what it does, it'll kind of tilt back to whatever my elevation is, and it's pointed straight to the pole star, to Polaris, and that way it's able to rotate on the opposite to the Earth's rotation. So this main part of your of the right ascension is going to rotate counter to Earth's rotation. I'm saying rotate and rotation a lot. Rotate. And your declination is just going to pick out the point in the sky, and that's not going to do as much movement as your right ascension there. So the advantage of this whole kind of mount is that you are able to track longer on a target in the night sky. And with our little guide scope here, that's what's focusing on the star, and it has another tiny little astronomy camera. It's a much smaller sensor, but it's even more sensitive. This one is a monochrome sensor on this one, so it is just a black and white image that comes out of there, and for that it can be a lot more sensitive, and we're able to really get some good guiding with those stars up there. And also we can start to see in here, we have the Hyades, we have the Taurus, we got the constellation of Taurus here, and just up above there is the Pleiades. You can make out those stars that are the seven sisters. So following Taurus will be Orion in probably maybe 2-3 hours, I think. We should have that. We should have Orion popping up there. Now it is, there are a few areas that'll be available. Let's see what time we're going to have some of those targets up there. So at about, let's see, 12. Yeah, so actually at about midnight, I should be able to get the Cone Nebula and the Christmas tree cluster in a shot there. So we'll plan to go at least until midnight. And when will the rosette be up? That's going to be a little tricky because the cord may not be long enough on the camera to actually kind of do that full rotation. So we'll see how that turns out there, but that's a little later in the session there. But there's plenty of other targets that we can shoot while we're waiting for Orion to kind of come up. And while we're on this side of the meridian, we're kind of shooting to the just a little to the west. There's a couple of the targets that we can pick out here, and see if we can go to. We'll pick up maybe the Wizard Nebula. We'll go to that one afterwards. While it's still relatively close to where we want to be. Also nearby is the Blue Snowball Nebula, which by itself looks really, really, really neat. However, you do need almost like double the focal length. So actually probably even triple the focal length to get a really good image of that there. So I think we'll see if we can get the. Actually, the Wizard might even be too far away. Or maybe not. Let's see. Let's have a look at where the Wizard Nebula is. That is in the constellation of Cepheus. And while we are currently shooting the Pac-Man Nebula here in Cassiopeia. So that is our target that we're looking at right now. And we have just about 2 minutes left on that exposure there. And the guiding hasn't been too wonky, so we should be all right. Like, it's not too bad. I mean, could always hope for better weather, but at the same time, it's a clear sky. It is really clear out. Like the seeing is fantastic, and that usually happens as well. What's following a storm, you kind of get that high pressure system rolling through, and you're able to have you know, like I said, that calmer atmosphere to shoot through. So you can, not a lot. The stars aren't going to be as wobbly. They're not going to twinkle as much. And that's where the twinkling stars come from, is just the atmosphere roiling through the sky. And that's what's kind of just a little shimmer to the stars. And some of them will shimmer a lot more than others, depending on their brightness, really. See, let's keep that locked on there. So yeah, I'll see about if we jump over to the Wizard Nebula afterwards, which is NGC 7380, which should just still be enough for us to capture there. So I think maybe shooting the Elephant Trunk Nebula might be a little too far out of reach for the scope. It might start to run into the trees visually. All right, so that exposure is about done. And you can kind of see why I love this target. Hopefully you see why I love this target. I mean, there's there's so much to see in the Pac-Man Nebula, and even when I was shooting it at a wider field, I wasn't able to get this kind of detail in here. And really being able to pull those details out and see these areas. I love it. It's amazing. I'm like pretty much never not amazed by images that come from the night sky. Even if it's a crummy kind of camera that I've been using, there's still something to see there. There's still something that's going to kind of break through that noise and just be a really wonderful thing to look at there. And again, this is one of those targets that with more integration time, you're going to see a lot more definition in these this dust cloud that's passing in front of that's kind of blocking out the emission from this nebulae. And it's not exactly dust like what we have, dust on underneath your couch or something like that. This is like molecular dust, and like giant swaths of material that's kind of floating in there, and it can eventually either disperse and join up with other areas of the in the galaxy, or they can start to join up, much like this little area, this Bach globule. I just love that word. There's something that sounds adorable about it, and you can just faintly see some of those, these almost similar to like the pillars of creation that you've seen in the NASA images. It's these towering columns of hydrogen gas that are kind of that have been like blown away from the stellar winds. The radiation is kind of forming these pillars, and they're kind of cooled. These are like the cooling areas that are eventually going to form possible stars. They're gonna, like this little Bach globule, they're going to start to coalesce, and depending on what material is in there, it could start to form its own star. But that's it largely depends on a lot of factors, which I don't have all the answers to. So I do have a little bit of information on the Pac-Man Nebula that we can share in here. So the Pac-Man Nebula is a hydrogen beta or H2 region of the constellation Cassiopeia, nicknamed Pac-Man Nebula for its resemblance to the video game character. NGC 281 was discovered in August 1883 by E.E. Barnard, who described it as a large, faint nebula and very diffuse. The nebula is visible in amateur telescopes from dark sky locations with an O3 filter, which is part of the filter that we have that captures that band of light in oxygen 3, or doubly ionized oxygen, I believe. Yes. It appears fairly bright, large, and irregular. Several dozen stars are concentrated at its center. There they are. The nebula is crescent-shaped with dark lanes dividing it on the north side. There's the dark lanes. The brightest nebulosity on the northwest side of the object is about 15 degrees across, with an obvious multiple star at its luminous center. Other patches of nebulosity are visible to the southeast, and they are kind of going on about these areas. Yeah, more this area here that's brighter. The multiple star HD 5005 was discovered by S.W. Burnham. It consists of an 8th magnitude primary with 4 companions at distances between 1.4 and 15.7 degrees. There's been no appreciable change in this quintuple system since the first measurements that were made in 1875. Pac-Man Nebula lies about 10,000 light years distance in the Perseus spiral arm of our galaxy. We're in the Orion Spur. It is a busy workshop of star formation. Prominent features besides its diffusely glowing hydrogen gas include dark lanes of obscuring dust and dense knots of gas and dust, Bok globules, yes, in which stars may currently be forming. NGC 281 also includes the open cluster IC 1590, of which the multiple star HD 5005 is the brightest member. Its light helps ionize the nebulous gas, causing the red glow visible throughout. I love it. It's just such an interesting looking area of the night sky, and I have shot this in many different lengths of exposures, many different focal lengths, and every time there's always something more that I love than the previous shot. And again, I'm totally happy to be doing these 10-minute images and the kind of the live imaging. I do want to be able to shoot some of these targets with a little more time added into it, a little more integration time, so that we're able to, get a little more detail in these areas. Not that there's something like the Pac-Man Nebula. It's nice and bright and very large in the center, so we're able to really see the details. Whereas some areas in this part of the sky, like the Cave Nebula, it's very faint. So you do need to have many hours of integration on there. I think I did one image of it that was probably about maybe 2.5, just under 3 hours worth of images that came through, and it just wasn't, the detail wasn't there. There's still much more time that we needed to add to this there. So, kind of depending on the target, we'll while I don't want to really shoot anything less than 2.5 hours, I would really want to have like a minimum of 4 hours on a target if possible, just to be able to average out any of the noise that is that kind of comes out in the image, and just collect as much data as initially possible. But also, some people can, they'll do much longer exposures, and even with even more focus on certain wavelengths, so you can pull even more details out of these images. And it's kind of not limited to how much data you can throw into these image sets, where you're going to be able to pull out some unseen areas that usually, because there's even what's dark around this nebula, there's still something out there. There's still material that is still kind of invisible to these wavelengths that I'm shooting at. If you shoot more broadband, then you have a better chance of kind of maybe picking up some more dust, or just kind of brightening, getting the star colors a little more accurate. So you can see on here we have some stars that are not quite white, but you can still see some red stars, but also some of the lighter stars are a little bluish, and also the green tint, and that kind of comes from the filter that we're using. Like the color correction on here is really, really accurate. However, it's not completely accurate, and this is all kind of processed out when you're doing the you're post-processing your images there. But that one is the Pac-Man Nebula, NGC 281, and we will pick a new target. I'm going to see, let's have a look at where the scope is. If I was wondering if I pick on the Wizard Nebula, how much more? It shouldn't be too much more of a jump. Let's see. It just might be. Let's see. So there's where we are now. We're going to move a little bit more. Actually, no, that's probably going to be too far beyond the scope's reach. We could probably get the bubble nebula. That's a little actually, that's not that much farther away from the Wizard Nebula. All right, let's. We haven't shot the Wizard. I don't think we actually shot the Wizard Nebula on here, so let's give it a go. Let's see how it turns out. And if not, we'll jump back to the Bubble Nebula, pull it back a little bit, and because chances are the trees might start to obscure it. So that is NGC 7380. We'll see if that should be all right. We're probably like maybe even kind of peeking on the trees there right now. It looks like we do have a target on there. See, definitely have to pick out a new star. For those of you who have just joined in, what did you miss? You missed the Pac-Man Nebula, Paul Rowe. I can go back to that image in a second there. We're just going to start a new image on the Wizard Nebula. Just going to pick a new guide star because the default one that was selected was a little rubbish. Restart that there. That's fine. We'll guide on there. Now, usually the guiding does consist of some calibration where the system is going to kind of move the scope in all four directions and kind of, you know, calibrate everything so it knows where it has to go and where just any errors that might be in the mount. But because the mount is in the same position and nothing is changing at all, it doesn't have to go through that recalibration every time. So that is the benefit of having the scope parked out there in a stable manner. Just wondering if that looks a little hazier. We have a little bit of cloud rolling through, which wouldn't surprise me because clouds love to hang out over my house. No, it doesn't. Maybe it might be through the trees. I don't know. We'll start shooting on this and see what. We'll see how it goes. But that is right where we want to be on this nebula. So let's get that going before the trees really start to impact upon things. So the Wizard Nebula is a bright, irregular, little concentrated cluster of 45 fainter stars sprinkled around the prominent V, formed by the group's magnitude 8.5 to 9 magnitude stars. The brightest star is located at the southwest edge of the V and a double star is on its west edge. The cluster is surrounded by a Milky Way field in rich bright stars. Very faint wisps of nebulosity are embedded in the cluster, most obvious lying east of the V. So you can kind of see that that V shape we're talking about there, just like basically directly in the middle. Can I just seeing if I can change the There we go. Now we got the cursor, so we can actually, I can really point to what I'm mentioning rather than. So yeah, that V kind of lets you pick out where you're framed up on things. And like I said, it does look a little hazy, and that could just be from a, it's a shorter exposure. And actually, I'm thinking, now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, we're only at 5 degrees. So I'm going to start dropping the temperature there a little more, because, just behind the chat, you can see the cooler is running at 22%, which isn't working very hard because it already is fairly cool outside. And, the temperature is at -5 and dropping right now. And that's going to, like I said, get down. It's in the sub-zero temperatures for that sensor right now, so it's nice and cool, nice and frosty, and just kind of getting rid of any major thermal noise that's going to be in your image. If you're looking at an image that isn't kind of stretched, it does look fairly, it does look nice and smooth, rather than sometimes when you look at a DSLR image, you might get something that is actually kind of, of like, that's a little bit like this with, a lot of that digital noise that comes in with the sensor there. And what works out with the longer exposures is that it just kind of gets rid of all this noise that can occur in the image there. And what I can do, let's see about just kind of give you a better idea of what this camera is, rather than, because I can't take it off of the scope while we're doing a lot of this. So let me pull up a picture of the camera so we can get so you can kind of give you guys an idea of what it is we're looking at there. So while that's going on there, so this is the astronomy dedicated camera. This is the ASI 533 MC Pro, and it does have, it's a square sensor, as you've seen on on the images there. And what really attracted me to this is that there isn't any amp glow, and we'll come to that in a second there, because that's really important for I guess these images that we're sharing. And it's just this this little round cylinder, and just the whole, most of the mechanics are in this little area here, and the rest of it is benefits it for that cooling, which is going to draw any heat out there. And these are some very technical bits that if you're a gear junkie, then it's very interesting. But it's this section here. That drew me to this camera because traditional CMOS cameras produce a weak infrared light source during operation, quite often seen in the corner of uncalibrated images. And they're the telltale signs of amp glow. And so yeah, this usually in some of the astronomy dedicated cameras, you're gonna, even in your DSLR, you're going to get maybe a soft, lighter glow on the sides of your images there. And you know, that's inherent in pretty much a lot of the previous camera models, and now with some of these models that they're releasing, they're getting rid of that, you know, that amp glow. So this is you know, the pictures that you take when you kind of leave the lens cap on, those are called your dark frames, and that's supposed to kind of calibrate out this interference that comes through there. But with the camera that we're using right now, it doesn't have any of that amp glow, so we actually get a better signal from our camera there, and we're able to see just that much more. We're not dealing with any of the extra bits of noise that come from most of the astronomy dedicated cameras. So that's what really attracted me to this camera, and just to be able to better share these images with you and not have to deal with any of the kind of the other problems that come with previous models of the cameras there. So that is the that's our little red can on the back of the scope there. And you can just kind of see it just down the bottom of the frame there. And it seems that don't know why the bot hasn't been doing its thing. That's what I pay it for. To send out little messages whilst we're doing all this. And in the image you can kind of see, I might have, if the wind is moving around, just in this section here there'll be that bright point, and that should be Mars kind of peeking out, which is now only available in the earliest part of the evenings for me. Actually, no, that's gone way beyond that. That was probably, that doesn't seem right. Or maybe it does. I wonder if my software is off a little bit. Just want to make sure that we have the right settings there, so we do pick the targets that are available. But I will move after this target. We're going to come back to the eastern sky, and let's see, what part will we pick out there. I mean, the filter that I have, it's not fantastic to shoot the Pleiades with, because it is it's more of a broadband target, and these images that are coming through are usually going to be emission nebulae, where you're going to have those, like I said, the hydrogen alpha wavelength is going to be much stronger, whereas the emission nebula are areas of the sky where it's just kind of illuminated by the starlight around it there. So it's going to be in almost that kind of middle ground of the visible spectrum, or even kind of more even in the blue end, which, you know, there's only still a very faint sliver of light that's coming through there, and it looks like overall, yeah, the trees got in the way. Yeah, it looks like, you know, it's let's go back to the air. Yeah, I mean, we can kind of see some. We're going to really stretch this thing. Yeah, that shadow down here is the tree. So unfortunately, this image ended up being a bit of a flop. um, I have to go now. Do you stream these? You archive these streams so I can catch up later? I do. I do upload them to YouTube. It is the under the same name, Astro Canuck, and those will stay on there for, for their evergreen content on there. Whereas Twitch eventually does delete the VODs after, I think, 60 days for an affiliate. So at least that's the benefit. Before I reached affiliate, they were gone within 2 weeks. So now they're going to stay up a little longer. But YouTube, Astro Canuck is going to have those, and I still am working on putting out some other videos so we can have some other content that's up on there. But thank you very much, Glass Monty, for coming in and sticking around. I appreciate that so much. We'll see you on the next stream. So this is these things happen with the with the image. I was hoping to capture it, but unfortunately, yeah, those trees are just getting too much in the way. So we will jump back over to the eastern side, and it's the Pleiades and the California Nebula are really getting high in the sky. But let's move over to the constellation of Auriga. And we're going to go over to the tadpoles. It's NGC 1893. It is the neighbor of the Flaming Star Nebula, which we were processing last night, and it's one of those stars. They look almost very similar in size in the night sky. However, the tadpoles are much farther away in a much larger nebulous complex. So I'm just going to pick that there, which is NGC 1893. And see, the scope will do a nice large swath. It'll slew to the new part of the night sky there. Oh, there's a tiny adjustment there. I didn't know if it was doing a large movement there. But I really do like that that feature on the scope where it does, it will plate solve. It will know exactly where you're looking at, so you can better frame up those targets. And we are where we want to be in here, because that is like that central area, and that's pretty much where all the information is going to lie, and everything that we need in here. Let's make sure we're once again on a star that's nice and bright and consistent, and this is not. So we'll stop that once again. I think we'll try out this one, or we'll stick with that there. That's good. So one of the challenges I kind of had early on was using a DSLR camera, and while it's not it's great to do like wide field images with your DSLR, The issue that kind of comes up is if you start doing a longer exposure, is that you're leaving that sensor open for so much time that it does heat up. And even I have this camera, I've modded my camera just a little bit, and it doesn't auto shut off anymore. And I do notice at the end of these sessions that the camera is warm. You know, it's not hot, but it's warm. And I do know doing that, I am kind of shortening the remainder of this camera's life. So it's yeah, it's one of those examples that you can really make out to see just how hot the sensor gets over time there. And it is kind of weird to think that it does generate this heat while you're taking these images, because there have been times in the winter that I've been doing these shots, and you know, the camera's still reaching up to 15, almost 20 degrees Celsius in, you know, while I was outside in like almost 0 degree weather. And while it is, it's good to keep the camera cooled as much as possible. However, without having like an astronomy dedicated camera, you lose out on that consistent cooling. And if you're shooting your subframes, it's not going to be as as consistent. Where with while it can be, the temperature is going to fluctuate throughout the night, and it's going to drop, or it might rise up a little bit depending on the time of the season that you're shooting at. And with an astronomy dedicated camera, that cooler is going to keep that that temperature fairly consistent. I mean, right now we're at minus 10.1 degrees Celsius, and I want it at 10. So the cooler will kind of ramp up or back off as needed there, just to keep it in that range that we want to be shooting at. And the benefit of this cooler is that it will drop 35 degrees below the ambient temperature. So if you're even in the summertime, if we are at like 20 degree weather, I could still drop it down to that 10 degrees. And although it'd be almost running the cooler at near its maximum capacity, I would still be able to hit that 10 degrees below zero. And a lot of people also shoot this camera at just zero, and they say that's totally fine. I have been shooting at minus 10, and everything seems fine. I've tried shooting lower, and I didn't notice a massive difference. So overall, shooting it at at this low temperature of minus 10, it works out pretty well. So I wouldn't bother changing it that much anymore. And I think even if we do have like a hot summer night, that I could imagine it being 30 degrees at night. Although I'm sure there are other places in the world that it stays at 30 degrees overnight, and yeah, at that point it's you leave the pot roast out just to let it slowly cook overnight, and you have a nice roast for lunch. Now, why hasn't some of the automated bits on here, the bot isn't doing what it has been set out to do? Why is that? There's always something I've noticed that won't want to run to plan with during a stream there. And I wonder if there was any updates that it needed to do. I mean, I don't think so, unless anything has changed. I think everything is on there. I don't know. It's one of those weird things let's see. Yeah. It did last throw that one up there. There's my Twitter information. And usually I will kind of throw out the like a last minute update on Twitter to kind of let you guys know if there's any changes to the live schedule, or just to kind of let you know with a you know, a specific image that we're doing a live stream. Like tonight, it was you know, I was expecting the clouds to kind of clear out at 8 o'clock, but around, you know, quarter to 8, things weren't clearing out there, so I did have to push it back a little bit. Yeah, is there, let's see, does this work? No. We have to actually put that in there. It kind of puts out the list of commands. Now I am working on a Discord, so we'll hopefully get that up and running soon. I did watch another streamer who's kind of become a Twitch friend of Jay Tenko set up his Discord account, and it didn't seem like it was that much to do to set it up to kind of get things up and running. I think the difficulty with the Discord server is the maintenance that kind of comes along with it there, and just making sure that, you know, there's more people that are involved in updating and just kind of generally communicating on there. So it's just one more channel to have to worry about. And I do want to, I think there's some more integration tools that we can use that'll kind of build things up there and help us build our community. And for those who may have any experience using Discord, I would be appreciative if I could maybe pick your brain now and then if possible. I know there's tons of tutorials on there, but at least if there's a, you know, a little chance of just some one-to-one, so I can figure things out there. Does that work? Yeah, there we go. Now does that take me? Doesn't look like it takes me to his Twitch. Oh, now the bot is working automatically. Yeah, that works. So there you go. A little shout out for Jay in the chat here. He is in Australia, so he's probably just getting up. No, he's still sleeping probably. Yeah, there we go. Now the bot's doing its thing. There we go. Let's see where our images are. We got 2 minutes to go on the tadpoles there, and guiding is fairly good. We're at is that 5.5 degrees, and that's really good. That's what orientation is the scope at? I'm just wondering if it actually is because we have nice clearer skies that getting some better images coming through there. So one other thing that we have a little milestone that has been reached in the last few days. You know, we have reached the level of affiliate, and that was a couple weeks ago, and it also does feel like an eternity ago, where we were able to you know, to start monetizing the channel a little bit and offering a little more for those who are willing to you know, throw a little bit of their hard-earned money my way to help support the channel. And we reached our goal of 15 subscribers, which has allowed me to open up another slot for our emotes, and that came in the form of our raid icon. So whenever we're gonna throw things over to another channel, what we can do is, just while we're waiting to raid there, is you can go exclamation raid, and that's going to bring up that message there for those who are subscribed. Also, if you have been collecting your photons, which is our little channel points there, you can also redeem an option to choose an emote to unlock, and you have that available for 24 hours. So if we're kind of if you're joining in on a raid, you can feel free to unlock that emote and share that around. Also, for our tier 2 subscribers, we have an extra icon, which is the Earth, and I also was going to use more icons for the tier 3s, which is going to show the cores of the planets there. Now, currently, right now, the tier 3 icon is the core of Uranus, and my ultimate plan was to have the planets as the tier 2 and the cores as the tier 3. However, you don't unlock any more tier 2 and tier 3 until you reach partner, and that is seemingly a long way off, because the requisites for that is essentially you need to have an average of 75 viewers, and we are about 10.5 times less that amount. Totally fine. We're just starting out. I mean, this is I think even just to have reached affiliate in a month's time has been a bit a nice accomplishment to kind of get that under our belts. And I'm very happy for those who have been watching the channel, and those who have tuned in, and those who have subscribed as well. It's not a necessary requirement to subscribe to the channel at all. I do appreciate those who do, those who subscribe, those who donate any bits or any donations that kind of come through. It's one of those things that it's not necessary, but any money that kind of comes in through this channel is going towards gear for the telescope, to improve our astro images, and just anything that we kind of do to image longer and get better images so we can share those out. And I think that's the return that I want to be able to offer, is just more images of space coming through, like kind of doing other things for the stream, like other people have like a stream deck or better lights that are controlled with other things. And that's not what I'm interested in, in upgrading. I'm happy with how this whole setup is right now, but it's upgrading the scope, upgrading any filters for the camera, adding a filter wheel so we can shoot multiple types of targets in a single night. Because what we're looking at right now at the tadpoles, it's a bit of a mixed bag of a nebula. And you're going to pick up different details if you use a different filter. We're using a tri-band filter, which is picking out 3 very specific bands of the visible spectrum coming through there. And whereas if you're shooting a broadband target, you're going to see more stars in the image. You're going to see a little less detail in the nebula, but that's also better for shooting a galaxy, because you don't have a lot of nebulosity in a large galaxy. So being able to switch those filters out on depending on the target is going to be incredibly beneficial. And it's things like that I want to be able to that's what's going to grow on the channel, is the equipment, not the kind of behind the scenes things that you guys really don't see, the setup that doesn't, I think overall I'm happy with how things look. There are some different lighting setups that I do. If I was doing like the spooky game nights, I would just change things up a bit. And I was actually just use my headlamp that I use outside, just to add some accent to the lighting. However, back to the focus of what we're shooting. And those of you who have just joined in, thank you very much for coming into the stream. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and here's what we do: is shooting images of space and bringing them live to your screen in color as quickly as possible. Usually there's much more integration time that needs to be done on these photos. However, with the telescope and camera combination that I have, we are able to bring out a lot of details in these nebulae, and have them visible on your screen much quicker than you would if you are, say, looking through a telescope. So this area of the night sky is the Tadpole Nebula, also known as IC 410 or NGC 1893 for its catalog number. And this is a region of faint nebulosity surrounding the open star cluster 1893. It lies in the constellation of Auriga, and its appearance resembles the Rosette Nebula in Monoceros, which I do hope we can have a little bit of time on to get some shots of the Rosette Nebula a little later on in the night there. And that will kind of depend on just how high it gets above the roof line. And I think it's at about maybe 12:30 my time, which would be is Greenwich Mean Time, and that'll be largely dependent on just how high it does get above the roof line, and if the camera is okay to slew in that direction. I may need to go outside and just check while it's moving to make sure that I don't pull the power cord out of the astronomy dedicated camera. So the area that we're looking at, the Tadpole Nebula, it is medium-sized instruments show 40 faint stars elongated north to south, lying within a triangle of 9th magnitude stars. The star cluster is set in a very rich star field, which is also embedded the nebulosity of IC 410. Without a filter, the nebulosity is very difficult to observe. The Tadpoles lies about 12,000 light years away and is over 100 light years across. So this little portion, there's a little bit more to this section there, but generally it is going to be, that is about 100 light years across. So even these stars that are on either side are still much farther away from each other than, our nearest star, which is only 4 light years away. So, our solar system wouldn't even be, our sun probably wouldn't even be it would be very faint in this area of the night sky. We would not be able to pick out our star in this entire star field there without knowing exactly where it is. So this whole area, it's been sculpted by stellar winds and radiation from embedded open star cluster 1893, formed in the interstellar cloud or a mere 4 million years ago. The radiation from these hot stars pushes the gas away and creates these dark tadpoles. These little things right here. The tadpoles trailing away from the nebula's central regions. These streamers of denser gas resist the erosive radiation from the hot stars. The tails have grown to 10 light years in length, are potentially sites of ongoing star formation. So in this little area, I say a little area, with these tails being 10 light years in length. So these are incredibly massive structures. So, we're thinking of something of a cloud of dust that's a gas that's extending, from here double the distance to our nearest star, Proxima Centauri. So it's kind of really difficult to imagine the scale of these structures in space. When we say it's 10 light years in length, it's, unless you have like a banana for scale, it's really hard to pick out just how big these structures are. And it's also because it is 12,000 light years away. These kind of formations don't look like this, at this time, if you're to travel that direction, faster than the speed of light to get there and see where it is, now, chances are a lot of these areas of the nebulosity are dispersed or kind of have created new stars in the area. So being able to see these objects as they were, in the detail that we're able to get these at is just what kind of leaves me in awe of a lot of these structures. I mean, even this area here, like the wispiness. I might be getting it too close there. Zoom out just a little bit, but these this dark nebula, these patches of molecular dust that's blocking the light behind there. So these would be all like foreground stars that are in front, whereas actually this one might even be a little behind the nebula there if it's kind of red shifted, where it's just kind of peeking through there. Although if you were to look at this in the infrared wavelength, these dark clouds would kind of disappear. You'd see what's behind there, and that's part of what some of the other space telescopes are going to do. That especially the James Webb Space Telescope is going to be seeing in the infrared. So it's going to be able to pick out other details that are in the optical sense that we can't see. So with the camera that I'm using, it's just basically a CMOS camera, and it doesn't have any special light gathering or wavelength piercing capabilities. But it is the future scopes and other purpose-built telescopes that are going to see different wavelengths of the night sky and just kind of open up these areas to a lot more exploration and a lot more understanding. And really, even though the stars are a little elongated, it's not too bad considering the gusts of wind that have come by. So I'm very happy with the way the guide scope has done its job, and we're able to kind of keep a fairly sharp image coming through on the scope tonight. But this is one of those regions, because it's actually the sky is nice and calm and clear right now, despite the wind that's going on there. We're able to get fairly detailed images coming through, and I'm really enjoying that there. James made upgrading to a tier 2. Holy potatoes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, it's got the Poggers icon on there. Dude. We are Earthbound buddies now. We are the only two who are using the Earth emote. Yeah, I mean, thank you so much. I mean, I still have plans for what more is offered to those who who are in the next level of subscriptions there. So I've been enjoying your stream a lot these last few weeks. Thank you. I'm happy to provide this. I'm very very honored that you have. Thank you. I do want to have a lot more available for those who kind of want to kick in a little bit more there. It's damn it, I've lost my words. Thank you again. I mean, we're constantly building things, and I do hope that some of the information that I'm giving out is helpful and informative, and just kind of is able to better your enjoyment of the night sky. And if there's any kind of tips I've given out over the past few sessions with the astrophotography processing, and I think in the coming weeks, now that I've actually kind of figured out the layout, that we're able to get the Photoshop tools properly displaying, so you guys can better follow along with what I'm doing. And rather than me trying to really haphazardly describe things there, at least now we get a better visual of what's going on there. Being in the western United States, it's cool to get even more hours of darkness. Also, no luck with the clouds in this new moon so far. Fingers crossed for tonight. Yeah, I do hope that you're going to get some clear skies. And I mean, yeah, I mean, I get my night comes a little sooner, so there's a little, like you said, a little more enjoyment of the the night sky. We don't have I'm just a little farther north, I guess, along the for the latitudes, but we're generally getting the same kind of targets there. So I think hopefully you get a nice preview of what is available for you there. And yeah, it's been, I get really, I don't want to say I'm not focused during the day at work when I know it's going to be a nice clear night, but I am thinking about what are we gonna do tonight? What are we gonna do the next night? What targets are we gonna pick out there? Watching your Photoshop process has already helped. I was curious on what presets did you buy for Photoshop. The only one that I've actually bought is the Astrophotography tools, and I'll bring that link up because I think that's it was easily affordable. That is Noel Carboni's astronomy tools. Where's that one there? That's it. That here. Pro Digital software. And I just searched for just going Noel Carboni's astronomy tools, and that is the first link there. And that, I believe that was the this one. It was $22 US, and yeah, that was the he looks like he's added a few other things there. However, the astronomy tools, that was the main thing that I bought, and that was kind of off the recommendation of Trevor Jones from Astro Backyard, who had a really good tutorial shooting the Rosette Nebula using these tools. And it's been one of those things that there's tons of tools in here. I still haven't even used all of the presets that are in this. However, it's cool to do some experiments with some of the tools to see what happens there. So I own the same one. Super cool. I heard you describing some of the presets and it sounded similar. All right, excellent. So the other tools that I've had that I have kind of used some free trials of, and at this point it's definitely worth the money, would be Gradient Exterminator. Yeah, that one is yeah, it's good. He uses the Gradient Exterminator, and you do have a 30-day trial on this one. And I mean, that one is, it's a dead easy tool to use as well. And it does really kind of get rid of that, the gradients. It does its job. It can be a little picky depending on some of the objects that you're shooting, and you almost have to pick out some of the brighter stars, but it's kind of something you can pick up along the way. And I think eventually I'm going to actually pick this up and invest in this guy's work that he's done as well, because it's one of those tools that is, it removes a lot of the frustration that kind of comes with the processing. And essentially the other one that is a little more expensive is the Topaz Labs, basically a lot of the suite that they have on there. I have very crazy light pollution gradient in my area, very close to a downtown. Yeah, no, I totally get you on that there. I mean, where I'm shooting up to the east, it's not too bad, although there is a a larger kind of complex that's about maybe a mile or half a mile away from my place, and it does kick off a lot of light. And even the street lights here, until they go off at 1 in the morning, it it can be a massive impact on the images there. And it is, you know, I don't know if we'll be shooting until 1 in the morning tonight, but if we do, but then we'll see just how much it changes there. And I'll try to make a point of doing the same photo at like 10 to 1, and then just after 1. You can see just how much it changes there. But yeah, those are the kind of the main tools I'm using. I did get into PixInsight, and I did have that 45-day free trial. And really, I watched a few videos, no, not a few videos, a ton of videos on how to use PixInsight. And while everything has worked out really well for what I processed my Rosette Nebula with. Actually, I didn't even post that one. There's a lot to learn in PixInsight, and it's if you stick with it and you kind of get used to, you build your own workflow. It is, it's perfect for astrophotography. Whereas Photoshop, I said I've been using that for years and years and years and years and years. So, yeah, the language in it is not intuitive software at all. Whereas with Photoshop, it kind of does what it says on the tin, really, with the tools. Whereas with PixInsight, you have multi-scale linear or delineation or something like that, and what is that? And I think that one is like I think that's the gradient remover as well. I don't know those tools cold, but bending Photoshop to our will to make these photos. And I mean, also at the same time, Trevor Jones at Astro Backyard is a testament to how well Photoshop can work for your images. He's perfected that, and I would strongly consider that I would kind of invest with his tooltips as well, because the work that he puts out, it's a lot that goes into all this. And some images that we've processed on here have come out a lot better than others, and that is, to me, I can feel that things can be a little inconsistent, and it's also due to a little bit of not laziness, but I'm not bothering to shoot those subframes. And also, it doesn't always work out for flats the next morning, because it's either going to be raining or cloudy. And at this point, I don't have a screen large enough, maybe this one over here, to shoot flats with the 8-inch scope. Whereas with my smaller refractor, I was able to put my tablet over top of it and use that white screen as the to shoot the flats. But yeah, it's putting the time into those images there, and I think I got a little complacent with the ASI 533 with all that with the cooling on there, and not having to worry so much about the for the noise that's on there. So I do a stack of a few hours of an image, and it's just almost like just signal is coming through, and I'm not worrying about the other bits. And also, this telescope is still fairly, it's still new enough that there isn't any major dust motes that are causing any donuts in the image there. So I'm happy for that. And also, I haven't really shot many I guess overall bright targets, but it's come out fairly well, so I haven't had that extreme need for the flats. And that also comes with the size of the sensor, that you're not going to get a lot of vignetting anyway. Whereas if I was using a full frame sensor, or at least a 4/3, it would be, I would have a lot more vignetting on this. But overall, the camera and scope combination has turned out really, really well. And yeah, those are kind of like basically the main two sets that I'm using there. And again, it's also just trying to keep things as cheap as possible and not trying to, spend as much money as as you can on some things there. And it can be easy to let it get away from you. Thinking what do I want versus just what do you need at the time. What are your goals for all of this there? So it's especially for what I'm doing for now for the channel. There are bits and pieces that I do want to to get sorted for all this, and it is kind of building this. What's the priority? What can I still do without? And I think in the long run, what I can do without right now is really focusing on getting a filter wheel. I don't need that right now. I have a little filter drawer out there that I could jump out and swap out the filter there. It would only be a couple of minutes, but it's one of those things that eventually I'd like to get that sorted out so we can we'll shoot a nebula, and then 10 minutes later we'll immediately slew over to a galaxy, swap to a broadband filter, or go to another specific nebula and just swap in a hydrogen alpha filter, and just get get some real gritty details on these images there. So yeah, it's just being able to have that diversity, and that's going to come in the months in the years ahead for while we're doing this. And I think right now, like I said before, the priority is to sort out a dew heater system so that we're not worrying about about condensation building up and kind of ruining our night. Whereas the way how the weather's going tonight, we are in a position to, the wind is high enough that it's, the dew point is at 3 degrees and we're at 9. So it's not a worry. However, the wind has died down a little bit, so that's a plus as well. Tomorrow night, that's early in the evening. Yeah, tomorrow night looks good as well. So if that holds up, then we'll do this again. We'll pick some new targets, and I'll also maybe work out the distance of the camera and its cord. Maybe even get a longer cord for that there, so we can start shooting more to the southeast and get as close to that tree as possible, and get as many targets available there. So it doesn't look Friday, Saturday. If tomorrow night is going to be good, I might take Friday off, and then we'll do a rainy day astronomy on Saturday night, and I'll at that point I'll find some other image, maybe even possibly the Whirlpool Galaxy M51. I might revisit that one because that was another image that had all the subframes included on there, and that was many hours of integration. While it is still the DSLR, I think there's more that could have been pulled out of that image there. So that may be planned for Saturday night. But yeah, if tomorrow night holds off, like it is early in the evening, there's no clouds, but there's that time between 7 and 10 o'clock. We got 3 hours of clouds, and hopefully that might kind of disperse, and we can maybe even start a little earlier in the evening tomorrow. But for now, we should have a new target to pick out because we've been sitting on the tadpoles for quite a while there, and that button does not work. I have to. I'll pick a new target there. I do. This is also that area. The tadpoles that Trevor Jones shot to get his first NASA APOD, which was one of those weird moments after being so invested in what he's done and how much he's offered in the way of of guidance for so many of us that have found him and followed his channel, followed his journey really. Kind of looking back when I first started following his channel, when he had, I think he had only like like a few thousand subscribers, even less than that. I think it was maybe 1,200, and kind of seeing him grow over this time. And when I saw this this APOD come through in the morning, it was just one of those weird things. I was just kind of looking at Google, and it did have like the a thing for NASA APODs. Clicked on it, and there was Trevor's image, and I actually let out an audible "Yay!" You know, so it was just one of those journeys that I felt we're all a part of, who's followed him. So, you know, I guess if anybody was to pose a question on who is one of my favorite astrophotographers, it's got to be Trevor. Not only because he's Canadian, remove that bias. It's just this personal journey that he's guided us all through there. And yeah, I'm gonna stop simping for Trevor right now, and we're gonna pick another target. But like, not to discredit anybody else who's doing this, because there's tons of other people who have been beneficial to the whole community of astrophotography, and even Astro Addict, Tim out in Germany. He had a YouTube live stream earlier today, and he was sharing his process of the Heart Nebula, and it was just really cool to see more people sharing this process live as well, because he was taking questions. I mean, he has thousands and thousands of more followers than I do, so he has a much larger following to kind of build that community upon there. And I was also happy that he did give a little shout out my way, and he didn't have to. I was just in the chat, just kind of hanging out there. But yeah, no, really, for a lot of people who have their heads above the clouds, try to stay as down to earth as possible, really. And so far, a lot of the people that I've met in the astrophotography community, everybody's out here to help each other in some way, shape, or form. And I think in overall, astrophotography grows with the help of the community. And let's go with, what do we got? We got I'm going to try the Jellyfish Nebula again, see if I can, actually, what's over here? What is the Intergalactic Wonder? It's a globular cluster. That is tiny. All right. Let's try a different target here, something we don't usually shoot. And this doesn't even have to be a long exposure, because it is a star cluster, so we can probably do like maybe 4 or 5 minutes on this target there. So that is NGC 2419. Let's save that. Now, actually, oh, you know what? Son of a biscuit. Okay, here's what I haven't been doing, and here's what I should do. Is with BlueStacks, is I should be actually taking a screenshot. Yeah, okay. Because the images that come out, I guess I save them in the ASI Air, but they just save as the unstretched fit images. So if I take what is essentially a screenshot with this, then maybe we can start to, we can have those pictures on file, and we can have a bit of a better reference to things. Where is my folder? Where is my folder? There we go. And these are ASI Air screenshots. All right. So from here on in, anybody who's paying attention, more brains on the in the area. For those who have just joined in, thank you very much for coming in. If you have just returned, thanks for returning. Appreciate it very much. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and we are taking live images of the night sky. This is the Tadpoles Nebula in the constellation of Auriga. It was our latest target that we were just kind of going on about. And usually I do save these images down, but I also need to remember to take a screenshot from the BlueStacks program so that we can save these stretched images, and we are we're not dealing with the the unstretched image. As as nice as it can still look, it's not as interesting as a bit of a stretched image where we're really pulling out that data and making it nice and bright and beautiful to look at there. So gotta remember to take a screenshot as well so that we have those saved. So we're going to jump over to a star cluster, a globular cluster called the Intergalactic Wanderer. And as soon as we get over there, it's a brighter target, so it actually isn't going to be a 10-minute exposure. So it's going to be one of those quicker ones that we're going to do there. So that is NGC 2419. We'll pick that target, and that is the telescope we're using right now. It is a 8-inch reflector telescope, and the camera on there is a ZWO ASI 533. It's an astronomy dedicated camera where its sole purpose is to get beautiful images of the night sky. And as we can kind of see in the night sky, we have the constellation of Taurus. We have the Hyades cluster right here, and just up above is the Pleiades star cluster. And shortly, coming above the roofline that's available to the telescope will be some of the constellation of Orion. And now it's getting higher in the night sky as the days progress. So it's going to be an area of affection for as long as possible while we can image those areas. The outdoor security cam does have a bit of a different angle to see the night sky, whereas the telescope needs to really, a lot of objects need to be a lot higher in the sky before we're actually able to see over the neighbor's roof line there. So we will move over to that new target. That one is high enough above the roof line there. So we're able to, that's about 41 degrees above the horizon, and all targets for me that are available at about 36 degrees are fair game. So we are approaching some more interesting targets that are coming up. So I probably really don't need to be guiding at this point, but there is some high winds kicking up out there, and while the sky is nice and clear, we've had some gusts that are about close to 30 miles an hour. So it's enough to make the scope wobble a little bit, and we want to be able to have as sharp round stars as possible while we're shooting out there. So if we don't have any wobbles, so we're able to better get some images. So actually it looks like the Intergalactic Wanderer is a little fainter than I thought it was going to be. So we are going to run, let's do a, let's do a 5-minute exposure on there. Usually we're going to do 10 minutes, but at the same time this will really start to brighten up in the sensor there. So a little information on what we're shooting here is so NGC 2419 in the constellation Lynx is known as the Intergalactic Wanderer. It lies on the opposite side of the Milky Way from the globular cluster-rich interior. NGC 2419 was discovered by William Herschel on December 31st, 1788. The cluster is dim in comparison to more famous globular clusters such as M13 in the constellation Hercules, but is readily viewed in good sky conditions with good quality telescope as a small 4-inch aperture. We have a decent quality telescope with an 8-inch aperture, so this should start to brighten up fairly well as the exposure goes on there. NGC 2419 is one of the most remote globular clusters of our Milky Way. It lies 300,000 light years away from the Sun and about the same distance from our galaxy's center, nearly twice as far out as the Large Magellanic Cloud. At this great distance, it takes 3 billion years to make one trip around the galaxy. The nickname Intergalactic Wanderer was bestowed when NGC 2419 was erroneously believed not to be in orbit around the Milky Way. Right. Okay, I'm excited for many reasons of capturing this target. Being one of the most distant globular clusters, these clusters are some of the oldest objects in the universe. Mr. Richard, how are you? May your skies be clear and guiding be steady. Thank you so much. We have incredibly clear skies right now. We have an insanely high pressure system that has rolled through following a storm. However, it has brought some winds that are, as you can see, are mucking around with the guiding a little bit. But we're still at a good total RMS number, which is still below 1.0, and that is totally fine. We are imaging a target that I haven't shot before, and it is kind of just very faint in this little area right here, and that is a globular cluster called the Intergalactic Wanderer, and it is actually one of the farthest ones from our sun at about 300,000 light years. I'm excited to see how this one turns out, because usually all the other globular clusters that I've shot have been really bright. So with this one being so distant, I'm almost thinking at this point now that 5 minutes wasn't going to be long enough to see something come out there. But we'll see how this goes. The globular clusters are some of the oldest structures, like the oldest star clusters in the universe, and a lot of these clusters are, they orbit outside of our Milky Way, some within, but they still kind of maintain those large orbits around the galaxy. And this one taking 3 million years? I just read it. Sorry, not 3 million, 3 billion years to make one trip around the galaxy. We orbit the center of our galaxy once every was it once every 250,000 years, or 250? Oh, let me get this number right because it's still. Oh, there goes the internet for the first time. Right, and we're back. So, that was the first time. That was the first time that this occurred during the night. So, I've run everything else. Everything else has been the same. The only thing I did was I upgraded or updated the drivers for the internet, for the Ethernet adapter. So if that's the first time it's happened in 2.5 hours, I guess that's okay. Still a little annoying that it's occurring. However, we're able to get these images through there. So yes, we orbit the center of our galaxy every 230 million years. So this thing is, the sun has been around for about 4.5, the Earth has been around for about 4.5 billion years. So in that time, this globular cluster has only made one orbit. It has only completed one orbit around the galaxy in our time, in the Earth's time. So now to have captured this image, and yet, oh wow. Wow. Man, that is dim. Holy potatoes, that's dim. So, I mean, even zooming in on that, it's still incredibly faint. And you can just see how bright this star is above it. And how far is that star? That is classified as HD 60771. Just rolls right off the tongue there. That star is 362 light years from us. And it's surface temperature is just 1.4 times hotter than our sun. Ooh. There we go. So there is a much better image, a much more processed image of the intergalactic wonder. That's from the 4th of June 2015. Yeah, that is does it say the integration time on this? Doesn't say. But yeah, that's really cool. Thanks for the link there. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, so so we can see that here, and our image just to the right of our pointer. I mean, they're practically identical. It looks like, yeah, they're using probably a Newtonian telescope. We use a Ritchie-Chrétien design scope, which is just a little different than in your Newtonian. Same idea with the reflecting mirrors, although this one doesn't come off at a diagonal. No. I think, you know what, for the here is my image, which is just a quick 5-minute exposure, whereas this is a much better image, and you can even see another galaxy way in the distance there. So no. This is no. I enjoy sharing other images and just to get some better context of things, because some of the targets that we shoot, they're not that bright. They would need more integration time. But that is cool to see what is possible to unveil with this target. And is that so? That galaxy that we're seeing there has the classification as PGC 2137090, a 17th magnitude spiral galaxy appearing in the constellation of Lynx. That galaxy is 686 million light years away, so more than double the distance of this globular cluster. So this is 350 minutes. That small galaxy is in mine too, is it now? Now there's also one other galaxy in this, I think it's another galaxy. It is, yes, there's another elliptical galaxy in Lynx that is it's a billion light years away. Can we even see it in this one? It's like, am I on the, what am I want to zoom in on this page. So that galaxy should be, I gotta orient. I don't know if it's showing up in here. It's probably around this area. It might even be this little, oh, for Pete's sake. Turn off that cam. That it looks like it might be this tiny little smudge right here is that other galaxy in the shot there, and that's a billion light years away. Bananas. I love when other things kind of crop up in the image that is you know, a little more incredible than the actual focused shot there. So let's see, is that galaxy visible in this image? It is, I see where it should be. Which would be right around here. Oh, turn that off there. That's where the that other galaxy would be. And you know, if you want to call these pixels, maybe that's the galaxy, but that's something that would kind of come up with more integration time. This is only, again, a 5-minute image, and yeah, it would, that's where it would be. The other galaxy in the image that was a billion light years away would be somewhere around here in this area, incredibly faint. But still, you know, one of those targets I never imaged before, and now look at how much we've discovered in one little image. I love that about astrophotography, and just kind of picking up all these little things. I mean, it's like even when I've shot the California Nebula, and there was that other galaxy that was another 230 million light years past it. So now just being able to see all those other targets, and even like with when people shoot the Pleiades, there's another galaxy kind of near the, I guess what you would almost call like the northern point, that doesn't usually get picked up in the images. Well, what else do we have? Well, there's okay, so in this image there's potentially 2 galaxies to be seen, and I think that might be, no, there's another galaxy which would be about, around here-ish, there's another galaxy that is not saying how far away it is. It's so far, there's no measurement. It's another 17th magnitude spiral galaxy. No, it doesn't even give a distance to that one there, but it's I'm guessing it's probably even farther. It's probably around the billion light year mark. But you know, more integration time, we're going to start to pull out much more of those images of those other faint objects. So you know, we have our quick little image, and we have Bob Frank's much longer integration time of the same target, which is pulling out some amazing stuff. There's our 230 million years to orbit the galactic core. So that is, I didn't even stretch this one. Let's see if we can. Maybe really, oof, that's almost washed out. Are you going to, oh, I'm on the wrong window, sorry about that. You just have a tiny view. Let's get that into full view there. Back that off just a little bit, and no. I was kind of wondering maybe with that that closer galaxy maybe start to reveal itself, but nah, no such luck. Like I said, we'll call that smudge PG tips to something PG 2137090. And there's even more. There's tons of galaxies. There's even more galaxies in this frame that could be picked out there. Love it. All right, let's make sure we actually we didn't even kind of zoom in on the cluster there. That's way too close. A little too close. So there we go. The intergalactic wanderer, 300,000 light years away, orbiting our galaxy once every 3 billion years. Incredible. All right, let's see, maybe back that down a tiny bit. We'll save the FITS file and take a screenshot. So we have a record of that for a little later there. And like I said before, I saw another streamer that has become a Twitch friend, Jay Tinko. He set up his Discord, and it didn't look too daunting. So once we get that whole Discord under control there, the exclamation Discord will pop up that link there, so we can get more people joining in on the community and just kind of having things going on, off stream. So we have maybe some other ideas pop up, and I'll also get a section for the subscribers, and that way it's just a little more that we can offer those who have who've joined the community and become the assistant to the observatory, an observatory manager, and who knows about someone becoming an observatory director. So that's more plans for the future there. It's we're still in the infant phase of things, and I'm just happy with the way how things have been going on there. Bill Nash, how are you? Thank you very much for joining the observatory. We welcome you to our community there. Thank you very much for joining in. How are you doing tonight? we have just captured a target that I've actually never shot before. Doing all right, fantastic. We're doing pretty well over here right now. We are just nosing around the photography category. Excellent. Well, I'm glad you decided to kind of pop in here and say hello. We have just shot the image of the what's called the intergalactic wanderer. This globular cluster is one of the farthest in our galaxy at 300,000 light years away. It's also one of the farthest globular clusters that I've imaged, and it's one of those things that never really anticipated capturing there. So we do use a 8-inch telescope with an astronomy dedicated camera to capture these targets. And we usually take about 5 or 10 minute images depending on the target there, just to get as much detail out there, and we kind of move on to the next target. I'll ramble on about stuff, and sometimes I'll ramble on too long, and we fall behind on our schedule. Not that there is a hard and fast schedule, but you know, we're only limited by the amount of time the sun is below the horizon there. Right now we got the Hyades up there in the I am in the east of England. I have been living out in the UK for the past 10 years, originally from Toronto, Ontario. And it's been, you know, we've been doing this channel, we've been running this channel for about 8 weeks now, 7 weeks. So it's been an interesting time. You're thinking Canada. I mean, well, the accent, the name, that can throw people off. But yeah, I am in the east of England, and yeah, welcome to Twitch. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. It's been a rather warm welcome and a very good reception with what we're doing here, and you know, I'm happy to shoot images of the night sky as long as possible, and kind of only limited by clouds that roll in or condensation that we're going to have building up on the scope. But for now, it's been a fairly decent night, so we may have another couple hours worth of imaging. So you know, if you're in and out, or if you're just kind of in for the night, you know, we're happy to have you in there. We're glad you joined the observatory, and you know, just doing what I can to share as much of the night sky as possible with you guys. Some of you may not have access to the night sky due to just kind of living conditions, or to, you know, those who may be in a very highly light polluted area. I'm kind of mid-ground at about a Bortle 5, maybe edging on a 6, but we have fairly decent skies when it is clear, and tonight is one of those nights where we have excellent seeing, and counter intuitively we have high winds, which haven't actually been a massive impact. So I'm really happy with that we're able to kind of go fairly unimpeded with our targets. And there is a nebula coming up that is let's see, what is the other names that it has, is the Clown Face Nebula. Also with the moniker, the incorrect monitor of the Eskimo Nebula, which is not a proper term to be used anymore. So I will refer to it as the Clown Nebula. And hopefully, if that comes up in time, we'll jump over to that one. It is a very tiny planetary nebula, and despite our focal length, it may be a little difficult to see through the scope there. But we'll see about giving that one a shot there. But we're going to move over to Let's find out where we are here. I think we're going to jump over to oh, yeah, it was the Jellyfish Nebula. I was going to try and get a shot of that there. This is a 8-inch Ritchie Chrétien telescope. It's a UK brand, Altair Astro, but it's the GSO is the kind of parent company that creates this one there, and there you go, same thing, 8-inch TPO. It's the carbon fiber version. It was a previously loved telescope, so I got it at a practically a steal. So, and the guys over at the Altair Astro have been incredibly helpful with the purchase, and we are shooting with an ASI 533 MC Pro. And also we have in here a tri-band filter, so we're getting just the hydrogen alpha, oxygen 3, and H2 or H beta. Same, I scooped up a used carbon fiber for a fat discount as well. Excellent. I love this scope. It was actually the first night I had it delivered, it was surprisingly a clear sky. So I got this hooked up as soon as possible. This is kind of the little brother version, I guess. It's it's a tri-band filter, but it's again by the company Altair Astro, and it's I think it's about a 7 or 12 nanometer band pass for the H alpha, and a little wider on the O3 and H beta. So yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of the images that have come out from the Radiant Triad, and for the price, yeah, definitely I better be kicking out those kinds of images. But that is a little pricey, and even I just saw that they released a 1.25" filter, which is only coming in at the low price of $750. So, whereas I thought this filter was coming in a little hot at 120 pounds. So, it's not cheap, but at the same time, they're backing up that price with the quality of those products there, and I'm mildly interested in their new Radian Raptor 61. However, that is a little overkill, or the mount is a little overkill for that scope there. So I'd almost have to, if I was going to have that mounted on top of something else there. And but yeah, it's been interesting to see what overkill is the best kill. Exactly. I mean, this was the EQ6R Pro mount is it's one of those purchases that there was absolutely no buyer's remorse on this one there, and I did want to try to future-proof a lot of the equipment as much as possible, so that I also I don't think I'm going to go any larger than this scope as well. Maybe it's because also I do have this the whole scope on the pier and with the legs fairly extended, just to be able to get over that roof line just enough there. I'm affiliated with OPT. That scope release has been crazy. I don't have one yet, but it's a nice piece of kit. Yeah, so that mount, that Radiant Raptor looks incredible. I mean, the work that they put into that, it's thinking about as much as possible to make that one of the more enjoyable scopes, and for the price as well, while it can still be considered entry level. I mean, everything that it looks like it's going to do, pardon me, is backed up by their their quality and engineering that's gone into that there. So yeah, it's the Skywatcher EQ6R Pro, and I do have the pier extender on there as well. and like I said, the legs are kind of at its close to maximum extension there, and that is just be able, because this is kind of the only position in my back garden that I can have a scope. Otherwise, I'm either blocked by trees to the south and the west, or the the house is gonna get in the way there. So with the sky that I do have available, try to make the most of it, and yeah, capture as much of the night sky as possible there. I do want those rings for my Jeep's roll cage more than the scope. Yeah, a lot. It just like for the tiny, the size of that scope, it looks incredibly heavy duty. Like they're not mucking about with that thing. All right, so you're not familiar with the Skywatcher line too well. That's totally fine. What do you usually do? You do astrophotography yourself then? Yes. I have a similar problem here, lining up a new backyard in the next month to solve that problem. I have a wide range of lenses for my DSLR. It doesn't make sense to pick up the Raptor. Landscape and astro, fair enough. Yeah, I started off with a Canon DSLR and just a Sigma 70 to 300 millimeter lens. I did try the kit lens on the Canon, but after I added a clip filter for the light pollution, I couldn't fit the kit lens in there because it extended too far back. So luckily, at least enough, I had that other lens and an adapter for the Nikon cameras. So I was able to kind of utilize that as much as possible. But yeah, once I moved to a little refractor, that was a massive game changer in the images as well. I mean, there wasn't fighting as much for focus, because the camera lenses are only going to do so much. And while they're great to start out with, if you're definitely going to be putting the money into things, get the product that's going to, it's built to purpose, really. So yeah, let's pick out the jellyfish nebula, and I do have to do a little framing on this, unless I can. Actually, I'm going to center on. I'm going to throw in the coordinates. So that way we are on the star that I want to shoot. Yeah, my first refractor was a Stellarvue 70 millimeter, since it was longer than most of my longest lenses at the time. Yeah, so the first refractor I got was the Skywatcher 72 ED, and that was kind of like, it was just enough of a price point below their 80 millimeter scope, and still a much better build than anything else that I've owned in the past there. So I still use that scope. I'm probably going to throw that back on the mount once Orion is consistently above the roof, because there's a lot of targets in there that are great for this scope, but it also as well as doing a lot of wide field images in there. So that's 6 hours. This is easier with your thumb on a, oh, here, I don't even have it. Let's switch over to the ASI Air. 19 hours and let's say it's 15 minutes or 15 seconds. And our declination is at 22 degrees. So I am using the ASI Air, their Raspberry Pi controlled computer, but I'm also controlling it through my laptop, and that is very beneficial because I don't have to try and mirror my tablet screen, which early on in these streams I was fighting with TeamViewer and any other way I could display the screen and actually use the remote controls. But after finally figuring out that I could connect my Ethernet cable to my laptop and then have the Wi-Fi connected to the ASI Air, I was happy as Larry. I spent a few hours recently hacking the ASI Air Pro to see what else I could make it do. I'd be interested to see what I mean. I've loosely paid attention to what the upgrades have been on the Pro, but I picked up the original Air, and basically a week later they announced that they teased the Pro was coming out. So I contemplated, did I make the right purchase? And for the most part, actually, what I've seen for people kind of modding the Wi-Fi range on that thing, I've only a single ZWO guide scope, and it doesn't support my Canon RA. They haven't added the RA yet, have they, to the things there? Yeah, I think that's one of those things that I would imagine they're probably only going to improve the Wi-Fi on the next iteration of that. So I guess for now I will reserve a purchase and kind of see where things are in the next couple of years there. But I have a bunch of QHY cameras that I'd love to use with it, but they explicitly filter which video capable mirrorless cameras can be used on it. Yeah, that's it's one of those things. I was looking at it was kind of between the ASI Air and the Stellar Mate. So I've actually kind of lost touch with how the Stellar Mate is doing, because that one is accepting any camera essentially. They have a much wider selection on that there, and you know, it looks like that you can do a lot more with the Stellar Mate. However, a lot of the I did have a fair amount of ZWO products that kind of kept me on that, you know, that imaging train, as it were. So everything, you know, for what they've done, everything is working out fantastic. I haven't had any massive errors. I think the only biggest error that came was just during one update, when just nothing would work. And unfortunately, when they released that version of the ASI Air, the company went on, I think they were off for Chinese New Year, and that was a few weeks of people with just essentially broken products and barely being able to do any imaging. Not a fan of vendor lock-in. I've been playing with the whole line of Raspberry Pi based offerings. Stellar Mate is more capable in general due to wider support. Astroberry, I've never, God, have I ever done the Astro? I haven't even. I'll have to look at that and note that one down. There's been a few Astroberry. Yeah, so aside from that blunder with one of the versions of the ASI Air, it's been a joy to use this product. So, I mean, if you're using all the ASI Air things, then yeah, it's perfect a perfect companion for all this there. But yeah, it being locked in, you're handcuffed on what items you can buy there. The Astroberry is a good bolt-on to a K-Stars or indie-based workflow. Fair enough. I've looked at K-Stars, and yeah, I don't think it's anything untoward. There we go. Yeah, because with I was at that point where it was either going to be the Stellar Mate or the ASI Air, and unfortunately in the UK there wasn't really any suppliers that were that had it available, which was a bit of a bummer. And I think the only option was if I was going to order it from I think either North America or Canada, who seem to have a larger stock, I would have been a little pooched with the import fees. No, we don't want that guide star. Let's pick a new one. What's the... That's 48 degrees. That should be fine. One of my goals for this winter is to write up an Indie driver that talks to ASI Air Pro's power bus, so I can effectively run it like a Stellarmate that's been merged with a Pegasus power box. Fair enough. Sounds like an interesting endeavor. Let's see. Let's pick that star and make sure. Now here's one issue that has actually that has come up with the ASI Air is sometimes I'll go to a target and it will not do a it won't take a shot to plate solve or to confirm where it is. So if I was to have one complaint about this recently, that would be it. Is that where we want to be? I don't know if that, okay, I'm going to run a, let's go 30 seconds to make sure we're kind of at that leading edge of the jellyfish. This is where that's where most of the signal is going to be. And I don't want to be running a 10-minute exposure and then nothing comes out of this. And it doesn't look like we're on that point. Let's give that a second to load up and we'll see where we're at. Actually, doesn't look too bad. So I'm kind of, oh, we're not even looking at the, there we go. Let's see, even if I can't really stretch this one much more than what we're already on there, and it's already a faint area. I mean, it looks fairly similar to what I'm seeing here. All right, you know what, let's go for it, because everything else has been fairly on target here. And now it looks like we had a little gust of wind come through there. Let that let the scope settle down there. We've been dealing with about 20-mile-an-hour winds with, or maybe about 15-ish mile-an-hour winds with 30-mile-an-hour gusts now and then. So we just want to, RA is all over the place at the moment. Let's have a, it should be all right. And we do see Betelgeuse or Betelgeuse starting to peek over the roof line there. That's visible to our security camera. However, the scope wouldn't be able to see that quite yet. We are, how far away are we from? from that popping up. So actually Betelgeuse might just be available above the roof line there. With the Christmas tree cluster, with the Cone Nebula, is probably going to be available as soon as we run this one. So I wonder also if this is a little washed out from possible reflections coming off of the roof in the neighbor's house there with the guide scope, which might be mucking things up a bit there. Usually things don't go that wonky, but if it holds, then we'll continue with this image there, and hopefully everything is going to look all right. And then, yeah, we'll see. I'll see where the Christmas tree cluster is, and then yeah, we will probably be at a point where we can start to shoot the rosette. We'll see what time is that going to be. See, that's still, the rosette is still kind of tracking like almost like parallel to the roof line, so it well, it may look to be available through the security camera there. It may also, if it starts to track, you know, around this area, that tree is going to start to get in the way for starters, and I have to check. I may have to go out and just have a look at the scope while it slews to make sure that it doesn't pull the cord. Although I did make a little adjustment to allow for a little more movement there, so that we're able to look a little more to the southeast, which is where Orion is kind of sitting right now. And if I check, oh, too far. So it looks like in about actually a month from now, yeah, Orion is going to be kind of in a higher position for me, although still mainly kind of coming up around the south. So yeah, definitely if I can get a longer cord on the for the cable there for the power, and then maybe do a little choppy on the tree, we can open up a little more of the night sky there. How long are your images sessions usually? It's probably about 3 hours is going to be the minimum, and I think the longest one has been about 5.5 hours. So somewhere in that range. It largely depends on just the weather, really. I do some image processing nights where it is just we know it's cloudy, we know we're not going to get any imaging time going, so I will kind of collect old images and we'll process them on the channel here, and just I say a quick process, and those who have joined in before, what I've claimed to be a 10-minute process has taken about 2 hours, and it just kind of comes out from conversation that crops up there. And last week, the other day was the Flaming Star Nebula, which was an old one, and then a few days before that was the Heart Nebula, which was one of those forgotten sessions that has just kind of been sitting there. So we processed that, and that was this image here that we put together, which didn't turn out too bad. I mean, for what was probably about maybe half an hour worth of processing on there, it turned out not too bad, although there's already been some other tidbits and tricks that I've learned along the way that I could already improve this image a little more there. So it can vary. So like if the dew point is high and the condensation is building up too quick, then that kind of ends the night early. But tonight is not too bad. There's enough movement in the air that there isn't any chance of condensation forming on the lenses right now. Nice. Yeah, it's we're happy with how things are turning out. So, sometimes the processed images don't turn out that great, and it's also largely due in part to low integration time. This was about 3.5 hours, whereas I've done other ones that are maybe like 2 hours, and you just don't get enough. They're very dim as well, so. So I'm moving north soon, so I'll need to invest in dew heaters, I'm sure. I'm thinking that's becoming like a necessity, just the way how the weather's kind of been going. I had only recently picked up this scope, and I've had a smaller dew heater for the smaller refractor, and that was just kind of USB powered. Although for this one I am looking to I need a better powered system that's going to do the primary and secondary mirror, as well as the guide scope. And I'm also going to get another dew heater to properly fit with the refractor. So it is part of my a little bit of what we got going on here is we have our subscriber goal that we have met. It was 15, so we did unlock a second emote that's available there. And once we reach the 25 subscribers, then we're able to unlock some more emotes and just better offer some other options throughout the site. And anything that kind of comes in for the channel, it all goes towards the astrophotography gear. It's nothing really goes towards any of my production equipment. I have basically everything I need to make everything look half decent, and I'm using my old DSLR. It's being put to purpose as our main camera here. So yeah, that's the little bit of what we're hoping to get out of Twitch, but it's nothing that's being begged for. It's just one of those things that is secondary to the whole channel. This is me bringing you guys some images of the night sky. How are your skies there? I imagine polluted if you're running a triple band filter. I am, like I said, I'm in a Bortle 5 edging on 6, and I've used a broadband CLS filter, and it's worked out pretty well. So I have shot some decent images. I did put the broadband filter with this camera one night, and the color correction was so much better than with my DSLR. And yeah, it's it's worked out worlds better. It's one of those. It's the Astronomic CLS filter. That was originally a clip-in, but I did get an adapter, so I've turned it into essentially a 2-inch filter there. JazzWiz13, how are you? You just joined in. There you go. It's an 8-inch RC. I'm assuming you two are good acquaintances. Yeah, that's our scope there. So essentially a 8-inch TPO, but just rebranded under the UK company Altair Astro. Oh, fabulous. I will throw you guys a follow. I may have outed your stream to them. I appreciate that. You know, anybody who kind of comes in, I've been extended some, you know, some gratitude from other streams who've kind of helped me reach this level at a fairly quick pace. So I'm always, anybody who's streaming as well, just, you know, I'm happy to share, you know, to throw a shout out and share what you do as well, because you know this is the way how we're going to grow there. I know some people can poo-poo the idea that you're advertising that you're a streamer as well, and you know it doesn't take away from, you know, from what I'm doing, from what we're doing. You know, it anything to kind of grow the community. Jeffrey Horn, thank you very much for joining the observatory. Welcome to our community. Jazzwiz, thank you for joining the observatory. Appreciate that very much. I'm glad you joined our little growing community, and we're happy to have you in. I am also working on a lot of my alerts. This is still working on that. The nerdiest bit is the sound that comes up. That is the signal hello that came from the Juno spacecraft, and like I said, I've just been working on this stream for the past month and a half, really. So, still building it up to becoming something a little more personal there, and you know, as you know, as astrocentric and as nerdy little bits as possible in here. So yeah, it's evolving. It's changed a little bit, and you know, always trying to change at least one thing every stream and just kind of improve bit by bit. I'm not trying to make this like a sprint or anything like that. We're you know, we're going as long as possible for this. Right, so our image of the Jellyfish Nebula has been a bust. That's the second one of the night. Yeah, that didn't want to. That did not want to focus on exactly where I wanted it. So I'm using BlueStacks to connect to the ASI Air. So I have the Wi-Fi signal connected to the ASI Air, and then just kind of kicking out the rest through the Ethernet port. Which this is like kind of like the only other way I was able to connect it not securely, consistently. And oh, sorry, just noticed a very solid presentation. Thank you, appreciate that. I try to you know, come off as if I know what I'm doing. Yeah, I was early on with things. I had my the ASI Air connected through TeamViewer, and that kept disconnecting like every few minutes. So kind of, and you know, ending up with a bit of a blank screen. So I was trying everything that I could to get a mirrored screen on the laptop, but it wasn't having any of it. And I think it might even just be the type of tablet that I was using. It wasn't cooperating enough. Yeah, so it was a bit of a pain. And I tried doing a wired Ethernet connection with the Air, but that it wasn't having it either. And eventually it was the getting BlueStacks set up and just kind of treating the Wi-Fi from the Air as the main point on this there. And yeah, we were able to get it all sorted out. So I have a nice stable connection, and we're able to treat this whole screen as if it is just a tablet, essentially. So ZWO hasn't opened the ASI Air Pro app to Macs yet, but I'm hopeful. I'd be interested to see how. I'd rather they kind of get things done a little quicker. I guess I don't know how big of a change between the coding you'd have to do, but I don't know. Would BlueStacks work though on? Do they have a Mac option for it? Because I wonder if that would work out there. BlueStacks was a nice choice. It doesn't run on my PC yet. I need to enable the virtualization hooks on the BIOS still. Fair enough. You're not running Linux, are you? So let's, as the Jellyfish Nebula was a bit of a bust, didn't frame up as well. Am I having any guiding issues with the ASI firmware 1.5? A little bit. I used to be consistently running at about like 0.50 total error, and ever since that update came out, it hasn't been as consistent anymore. And I've tried a whole bunch of different options, and it's right now it's a little wonky because we have some high wind gusts going on. But usually I'm sitting at about maybe 0.65, 0.7 total error. Right. If you guys have Instagrams and other bits like that, throw them in the chat because I would love to find out more of your work. Definite guiding issues with me at a 1.5. I've had to toss a third of my subs. Yeah, it's been annoying because there have been times when I figured I should have good guiding, like it's clear, it's a clear night, there shouldn't be any problems with the guide scope, but sometimes things can just go all over the place. So let's see, where is the... Let's go to now. What target do we do? Is the... Yes, all right. NGC 2264. All right, this better frame up nice. Right, I was wondering how long things are going to kind of go on for the night, so this is one of the targets that I haven't shot live on the on stream yet, so happy to see how this one, excited to see how this one's going to turn out. can't bag on Jeff too much. I don't get to image as much as he does. So I'm assuming Jeff has some more favorable skies than any of us. Oh, where is this going? This is not... Okay, there we go. Oh no, I live 3.5 miles from downtown Nashville. When I don't have clouds, I can see a few stars. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm out in the east of England, and I do have I'm in about a Bortle 5 area, so it's it can be good skies. However, when there's clouds, we're SOL. I need to start a meme about how Jeff can image through thunderstorms with nothing but a flip phone and a stopwatch. Right, there's the part of the Christmas tree. I want to get the whole thing in there and also get a bit of the cone nebula. So if I gotta jump in and meet. It's a great meeting. Well, it's fantastic to meet you, Bill. Thank you very much for the lurk, and I look forward to seeing you guys around. And thank you for shouting me out on your Discord there. I appreciate that. Glad to see some new faces in the observatory, so we're happy to have you guys in. All right, now this is one feature I love about the ASI Air, is just that little centering go-to option there. And provided that I can clearly see which stars are in the area, it's beneficial. Now let's move it over a little bit more. Just this scooch. I want to try to get as much of that cone nebula as possible. Which I think I may need to move it a little bit more. Tiny bit more. Although the Christmas tree is nice and centered. All right, I'm gonna stick with that because, well, because. So I'll also make sure I'm on a good enough star, and we're not going to lose. No. No. No, that's going to cause issues because there's 2 bright stars in that box. That's going to jump all over the place. How about you? You? Ah, it's a little too bright. Now we'll go with that one for now. If there's any haze or any reflection that's kind of coming up from the roof or the neighbor's house and things like that, then that's not going to be too much of an issue. So start the guiding on that. And we'll see how this goes at 2-second intervals. I've moved over to 3 because we have like some hazy nights, and it was just if you do a second longer for the exposure, at least that's enough time for the star to kind of punch through a thin layer of clouds. We're not going to lose the guide star as quickly. However, it's a nice clear night, so we'll move that down to 2 seconds, which is just going to make everything look absolutely ridiculous for the guiding. But finally we're getting some of these areas of Orion popping up that are going to be in the neighborhood of Orion that we're going to be able to image. And I'm going to try for the Rosette Nebula just after this one here, and then we'll see where the rest of the night takes us, because it can be well, we can see Betelgeuse, Betelgeuse, and Orion's belt just kind of coming up just behind the scope here. They are going to start to, once they kind of get above the roof line enough, it's going to start to get edging towards this tree. And the problem comes from, it's a tree, and also the power cord may start tugging on here, although I'm not aiming that far back to the south, so I may get away with some of that there. And actually, can I try to get a cheeky shot of the Horsehead Nebula before the night is through? I probably won't. Orion is probably just going to be too... The Orion Nebula is probably going to be too low, but maybe... No, it's kind of almost... The Horsehead is almost moving laterally across the sky at the moment, so like I said, in about a month, when Orion is at about this point in early in the evening, at least there's a little more time that we have to try and image those areas of the night sky. And also maybe I'll take a hacksaw to the tree and a bulldozer to the neighbor's house if we can get shots to the south all night long. Sounds good. But no, the neighbors are highly against me knocking their house down for some reason. They don't care about astronomy as much as other people do, I guess. So for those of you who have just joined in, thank you very much for coming into the stream. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and we image live shots of the night sky as much as possible whenever the nights are clear. I am in the east of England, and usually when we do have clear skies, they're fantastic. When we have cloudy skies, they are the worst. And when we do have cloudy skies, we'll run rainy day astronomy sessions, and generally it's an easygoing chat about anything about astrophotography or astronomy, and we'll process some old images just to kind of get an idea of how I go through my workflow, and haphazardly go through the process of bringing a stacked image to a little more of a presentable option there to look at on social media and things like that. So it's it's a generally easygoing chat, easygoing stream that we have, and just 99% of the time we are doing astronomy related things. Sometimes there are some video games involved just to shake things up a bit and just to relax in that way. And the theme of October was Phasmophobia, and it might pop up every now and then because it's still, to me, it's still a fun game. The Old Balls, how you doing, Pops? Good to see you in here. We're getting into the festive spirit right now, and we are shooting the Christmas tree cluster, noted for its Christmas tree shape. And yeah, like I said, we'll play some games every now and then, but it's mainly, this is the focus. This is astronomy related. I'm also looking to kind of, if I'm incorporating any games, is trying to edge towards the sci-fi or the astronomy related things. So I'm looking into a couple of games to maybe pick up that we can kind of play every now and then. I think there's some suggestions of Elite Dangerous, No Man's Sky, and can't remember. There's a few others. There's something with dwarves that are mining in space. Seems like a bit of a stretch. I've seen some other people play it. I can't remember the name, but yeah, just doing what we can to keep things astrocentric and just share any experiences that we've had with astrophotography. And yeah, it's an open forum. If you guys are streamers yourselves, or if you have Instagram channels and things like that, I'm just happy to see those thrown in the chat, so we can just discover some new channels, some new faces, meet some new friends within the community. As much as what Bill Nash has done by spreading my name around on his Discord. So, meeting a few of you guys that have kind of jumped in, and I'm happy to have you guys along. Now the big problem is my coffee is empty, although it is 20 after 12 in the morning, and I do have work in the morning. So we'll see how long things go. Like I said, Orion is getting just above the roof line there, and there's many targets in that area that I do want to be imaging. However, right now, just the location that they're in is a little difficult. Now, what I might go over to a little afterwards will be, there is the Owl Nebula, which I did shoot early on in the lockdown back in April, which was with my with the Canon DSLR, and it was it came out okay. There wasn't a whole lot of detail. It was with a different scope as well. It was much. It was shooting at 1500 millimeters at f12. So there's also the Surfboard Galaxy that's nearby. So I might jump over to those pretty quick before the night is through, because those should be above the roof line for me. Maybe we'll see. So I see your slew speed is set to 64 times. Everybody in the ASIR Facebook group says that on 1.5 you should set that to 1 times. It helps with guiding issues. I know it seems strange, but it's a reported fix for the guiding issues. It's only verified to be a fix with Celestron mounts, but worth a try. Imagine the total RMS goes to like 10. Don't tell me it's dropping. We'll call that one a coincidence for now. No, there you go. There's a jump. Nothing's easy enough now. Imagine it was. Then something else would have to go wrong to counterbalance that. Right. Jazzwiz Jason. Nice to follow you on Instagram. Who else throw it in there? Jeffrey Horn, you did that as well too, right? All right. Yeah, holy shit, those are some great images. Hey. I'm already following you. Yeah, I'm already following you. I've already liked your images. Fantastic. There you go. I haven't, sorry, I haven't liked the latest one of the California and the Pleiades. It's CD here. How you doing, it's CD? It's reciprocated. So glad to know about this Twitch channel. Thank you very much for coming in there. Appreciate that immensely. Thanking Bill Nash very much for that shout out, because it's CD here. How are you? Good, fantastic. All right. We have finished our exposure of the at work as usual. Ooh, unfortunate, but hey, you know, still at work is good for at this point. All right, we've finished our exposure of the Christmas tree cluster and a bit of the Cone Nebula. Let's see, how much can I stretch this before... All right, I'll be listening in the background. Got to do things and stuff. Fair enough. Jeffrey, thank you very much for joining there. Appreciate it so much. And yeah, glad to have you join the observatory. We look forward to seeing you again on the next stream. So yeah, there is... I'm happy with that. I'm incredibly happy with that image. About 2 years ago, maybe a year and a half ago, I had the fantastic idea of attaching my Celestron 127 SLT on top of my Star Adventurer and grossly going over the weight limit, just hoping to maybe catch something. And I did get a very, very blurry version of the Christmas tree cluster. So now being able to kind of come back to this with the improved rig, an astronomy dedicated camera, I love how this thing looks, and I do want to get much more integration on this. So this is it is a one-shot color camera. It's the ZWO ASI 533. And it's been probably, again, one of the other best purchases that I've made, one of the best investments in the kit. And I'm very, very happy to have been afforded to get this camera added to the whole equipment there. But yeah, the last time I shot the Christmas tree nebula, or the Christmas tree cluster, I had none of this reflection. None of the cone nebula was visible. It was really just the brightest stars in the area there. I'm also shooting this with a tri-band filter. No, I could have been stacking. You don't know. You don't know. But no, I had toyed with the idea of getting a mono camera. However, being in the UK and having so many cloudy nights, I did want to be able to have just maximize on my image as much as possible, because I would hate to have get like 6 hours in the green channel and then all of a sudden I'm a month and a half out finally getting the red channel, and then 2 years later I can get the blue, So the one-shot color was the way to go, and I did go with the 533 because of that 0 amp glow, which was beneficial with doing the live images, because we don't have any annoying artifacts to deal with. We're just kind of dealing with any problems that might come around. Or move to Snowdonia. I don't know. I'm happy in the place here. Where I think I have about half and half for clear skies and cloudy nights, but they seem much more dispersed. For every 7 cloudy nights we have a clear sky. But no, I definitely want to try to get a little more time on this target for sure, just to bring out some more details and probably reframe it just a little bit and move the cone nebula in. Baba Zelnik, how are you, Ma? Good to see you in here. We're in the festive spirit at the moment. We're shooting the Christmas tree cluster. We've been overall usually, for those of you who have just kind of joined our channel, joined the observatory, I've had some issues with the internet connection where it kind of cuts out for a second and then we're back. However, it's only happened once tonight, and I'm Dev Nilsson. How are you doing? Thank you very much for joining the observatory. Welcome into our little community. We're happy to have you in there. We usually sometimes have had internet connection issues, and I've run the gamut of, is it the ISP, is it OBS, is it the laptop itself, is it my router, and it seems to be holding very steady tonight. We've only had one hiccup, and it was after I upgraded the drivers for in the computer there. So we'll see how it holds up, but if it does kind of buffer, we'll be back. Just a little heads up there. So we try to keep things as consistent as possible with their internet connection, but sometimes it craps out, and I'm doing what I can to try and keep everything going there. But I'm very happy with this image of the Christmas tree cluster. I'm thinking I might really start to amplify any of the issues if I really start to stretch it too much. Although sometimes I'm fine to go for broke on the images. Yeah, I think that's a beautiful area of the night sky. I'm actually impressed overall with the, because I'm using a tri-band filter, so just doing the HA03 and H beta. But it's picking up that reflection nebula a lot better than I thought it was going to. So usually what I do, I'll save this down. It is a FITS file, and once I get a Discord set up with for this channel, I will be posting these images there so that we can, so those of you who want to maybe fiddle with a single shot image, that's, to try and bring out some more details, just clean it up as much as possible. I'll also be posting some of the stacked images as well to for those of you who might be interested in getting maybe this type of camera, just to experiment with someone else's data, just to try that out there, and we'll kind of get those posted up once I get a Discord rolling, which doesn't seem to be too much work to get it set up. I think more of the work comes into maintaining it. So if we can get a good community kind of built up, and for this channel, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, very happy with this. Incredibly happy with how this image has turned out. What information do we have on the Christmas tree cluster while we're here, before we move to our penultimate target of the night? Because I think I'm going to have to kind of call things a night shortly. So the Christmas tree cluster and the Cone Nebula were both discovered by William Herschel. He discovered the cluster in 1784 and the nebula in 1785. NGC 2244 is a large, bright cluster easily visible in the finder scopes and binoculars. It consists of about 80 stars from 8th magnitude and spans half a degree. NGC 2264 is embedded in an extensive but tenuous nebulosity, which may be glimpsed with larger telescopes under clear, dark skies. At the south end of the cluster lies the famous Cone Nebula, an object that is difficult to detect visually. The cluster spans some 20 light-years and lies about 2,600 light-years away. The nebula belongs to a much larger complex, which is currently an active star-forming region. I love this cluster. I love this area of the night sky, and even at a wider focal length, it's just so soft and wispy looking. The Wanderer Christmas Tree cluster were awesome. Gotta go, great stream. James Vade, thank you very much for tuning in. I appreciate that. I appreciate the tier 2 subscription so much. And yeah, have a great night yourself, and we'll see you on the next stream, which might even be tomorrow night. It might be some clear skies, so we'll see you around. And thank you very much for coming in there. And thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you, dude. Thank you so much. I appreciate that immensely. I'm also going to work on some bit emotes and things associated with that as well too. So we'll get there with the customization of the whole channel. But thank you very much for the 100 bits. Thank you so much for the tier 2 subscription, and we'll see you tomorrow hopefully. So James, have a fantastic evening. So yeah, the Christmas tree cluster is ridiculously incredible. I love how this whole section of the night sky looks, and there's definitely more to see, more to pull out of this area of the night sky, and I definitely want to add this to one of those end of the night targets. Although just the position of it in the night sky probably won't get much more than an hour or two each night. So yeah, this is going to be one of those targets there. I'm going to have to do the imaging, pick a new target for the end of the night, and just kind of let that run afterwards. But yeah, have I saved this screenshot? That's another thing, is I save them down as the FITS file, but I have to remember to take a screenshot. And that is saved as well. So I might even make that a channel point as well. We'll try to get things in there so you can toss up a notification for me as well, so I don't forget. I can be a little too excited for some of these images that we're working on and just kind of plow through and go to the next thing. So let's see where we are. We are at 20-1, and the Rosette Nebula is so close. I gotta go for it. I have to go for the Rosette Nebula, and basically this is probably going to focus right on the center area, but NGC 2244. Actually, there's different parts of this that can center on there, but I'm going to go with with the center, which is NGC 2244, and we'll call this one the I guess this will be the well, I may end up on a high note. If this looks fantastic, then the Owl Nebula is only going to pale in comparison. So maybe we'll save the Owl Nebula for tomorrow. It's CD, just lurking in the background. No problem. You can use exclamation lurk. I do have some of these commands going on there, just so you can throw out the notification there and put my bot to work, because that's what I pay it for. Now, that is, yes, we've saved that image. We want to go to NGC 2244. And let's see, let's make sure the scope doesn't do anything crazy. We know where we are. It's just a tiny hop to the rosette. That's about it. And now we have the scope blocking most of Orion. And I think you can probably, just right there, is the Orion Nebula in that section there. All right, we're at the rosette. We are in the core. We're going to get some cool areas of this thing as well. I have shot a wide field version of the Rosette Nebula. Now let me get a decent guide star going on here, because that one sucks. That one's better. Let's go on that there. So the last season with the Rosette Nebula, I had a short time with it due to clouds and just the overall position of things. So we had this shot of the Rosette, which was just an hour's worth of imaging, and heavily used the denoise AI program on there to clean it up a bit there. And for some reason, my setting my gray point or the white balancing worked out really weird, and it kind of created this green rusty kind of color, which, you know, this is a really false color image, but at the same time, I love how it looks. So I went with it just to see where it got me. So the area that we're going to be shooting right now is going to be this central section here, and really this would be a fantastic area to shoot as well. I mean, the whole thing. So this was my wide field image, and yeah, we're going to basically kind of shoot the core right now, and I'm really interested to see how these little these wispy areas are going to look. So let's not muck around too much with that, and we'll get going on that imaging there. So if I'm looking at that right, yeah, we are basically, I want to make a little adjustment. So that's where we're at right now. And I may actually want to center on, yeah, I'm gonna frame that up a little bit there. Oh, I need to pick a mute button. I need to pick a hotkey for a mute button there. Old Greg, how you doing? Thank you very much for joining the observatory. I welcome you into our little community, and happy to have you in here. We're just starting off our exposure on the Rosette Nebula, and I'm happy that this target is back up in the night sky, and we're going to try and image as much of this as possible as we can. And it is such a fun target. Shot it last February for the first time. I think it's one of those targets. Yeah, it's incredibly rewarding and very, very interesting to see what's in there. And I'm going to reframe things up. I'm using the that command on the ASI Air, so you can just center on that new part of the of your target. So I think that's I can at least get a little more of those. Yeah, I think that's gonna look much better. That's gonna be all right. Are we're still happy guiding? It's a good star. Go a little brighter. I'm probably gonna go a little brighter. Because that and that also may be part and parcel to guiding issues. That maybe I'm going too bright. All right, we'll call that one that'll be our guide star. All right, let's wait for that to settle down there. This is my first attempt on it. All right, cool. Let me start this exposure, and we're going to take a look. That was your first attempt. Dude. That's tremendous. That's fantastic. I love well, it is like, it's the Rosette Nebula, but that thing is a skull. That is a skull. That's, yeah, that's like, that's Australopithecus that we're looking at there, This is my first attempt. Could you be any more modest? Yeah, that's tremendous. Yep. Bam. Happy to have found that one there. Tomic Tech to Mike Tech. I'm terrible at pronouncing these names. Thank you very much for joining the observatory. Happy to have you in. Happy to have you join our community. We're kind of analyzing some images of the Rosette Nebula. We are currently taking a 10-minute exposure on the Rosette Nebula, and that is still quite a ways away. The guiding is going a little wonky, but that's possibly some of the wind blowing things around a bit there, more than anything. All right, we're going back to this rosette for a second here, which as soon as our image of the rosette comes through, it's going to be Nothing like this one. But yeah, yeah, that's tremendous. Now, have you gone back and reprocessed this one at all? Since this one was released, or are you calling this one that's done and dusted, and you're incredibly happy with that, which you should be. And this was like your second night. That's it. The guiding is like, forget it. We're out of here. That's it. Pack it in. And that's tremendous too. Am I missing what camera you're using? I'm assuming monochrome. I have redid it to get rid of the magenta stars, but never reposted. That's, did I like that one? No, I didn't. There we go. Definitely, that's tremendous. My regret is that I can only give one like to each of these images. The 1600 mono. All right, cool. That was on my list of what, if I was going to go mono, I was going to go with the 1600. But yeah, like I said, the time that's available for the night sky has been it can be very limited. Now, earlier in the night, we did capture the intergalactic wanderer, and that was for me. That was the first time shooting this one. This was a pod from back in 2015, much better than what we captured in our 5-minute exposure there. But just to see this globular cluster that's 300,000 light years away, kind of one of the farthest clusters within our galaxy, and it takes 3 billion years to make one orbit of the Milky Way. So it's yeah, just kind of discovering some new stuff tonight, which has been absolutely incredible. And yeah, it hasn't felt like 4 hours, that's for sure. It definitely doesn't feel like 1 in the morning either. But it's been a really, really, really good night. And I don't know if I can find any other target that's probably going to look any better than the Rosette is going to. Well, I mean, definitely it's not going to look any better than Jason's there and the Jazz Whiz. But yeah, I mean, if it can come kind of close to my rusty old Rosette, then we'll see how that goes. But that is the other thing, is I will probably throw the other scope on the mount, on the smaller refractor, to kind of get some of these larger targets into view. Because seeing this one kind of come through is amazing as well. And this is with the DSLR, what I shot with. So it was noisy as anything could be. Actually, I think this was my first process, and just the comparison with the with what denoise can do for the image. So here's our noisy quick process of the image, and then running denoise AI, which has worked out really, really well. This is incredibly wonderful. Thanks, Ma. Thanks, Bubba Zelnik. I'm loving this. I can't wait to see how much time we have on this target. Which 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes on this target, and guiding is all right. Guiding is it's doing okay. Hey, James. Hey, James Vade. Geez, you guys are like really close together, aren't you? I'm loving the sounds of your community. It's fantastic. Right. Let's. So we are looking at the Rosette Nebula. We show you guys here in Stellarium. Where the hell are we? There we go. So from the view of my back garden, this is the target that we're on, and we're okay. Here's my here's the focal length and the sensor size. It's kind of invisible over top of this version of the Rosette Nebula, but we're kind of going to be like right in the center there, and hopefully we get some decent details coming out of here, and we'll see that in about a minute. So I'll kind of quickly fast forward to daylight. So you guys have a little bit of a better idea of what I'm dealing with in my back garden here. This would be where the scope sits, and to the south and to the west we have these trees blocking my view. So everything there is not available. I do have, at least I have a clear shot of Polaris, which is helpful. Red? Oh, the image that comes out of the Rosette Nebula is in this planetarium software is a little basic and red, but my view to the east is this is my main window to the universe. So this is these are the options that I have. As limited as they are, it's probably the best area that I have available to me. There's several targets in the south, much like the Eagle Nebula, the Omega, everything that's in here in Sagittarius, and the surrounding areas have been cut off to me, thanks to my neighbor's house and this big freaking tree. So, like I said, I've shot the Rosette Nebula at many focal lengths. There was which one was this one at? This was at 300 millimeters, I believe. No, this was with the which one was this? I think this was my 72 ED refractor. I shot this one. This was the Rosette Nebula at, let's say, 250 millimeters. No, gosh, that would have been 70 millimeters. That would have been 70 millimeters with that one, sorry. This was at 250 millimeters. And we're not even on that page. There we go. I'm trying to build up to the Rosette Nebula image. That's just barely visible down here. So going back to this one at 70 millimeters, I using my Star Adventurer shot the Rosette Nebula. A tiny little thing there, and to which we improved to 250 millimeters, a nice wide field image that the whole thing nicely fits in there. And we're going to take a look at what it is through the 980 millimeters with the RC8 telescope. And actually, hang on one second. I'm going to bump this up so we get a shot. And this is the Rosette Nebula at 960 millimeters, 980 millimeters. Bloody hell. Holy shit. I love it. There you go. Let's. I'm gonna bump it up a little more here because it's so bright. I can afford to. Man. Yeah, no, I'm calling. This has got. This has got. I can't get any better target for the rest of the night now. I love this section right here. Oh my god, I love it. I'm glad I adjusted the framing because this central area was going to be like over here, so I would have missed out on all these all this dark shaded areas, dark nebulae, the little tiny bot globules in this area as well. Diamonds, I love it. Yeah, with the RC8 and just having that secondary mirror up at the front there, I was always on the fence about diffraction spikes, and now that it's part of my own setup, my own rig, yeah, I love them. Man, so that is there you go. 980 millimeters with a 8-inch Ritchie-Chrétien telescope, an ASI 533 MC Pro, a Altair Astro tri-band one-shot color 2-inch filter, and yeah, holy potatoes! I'm loving this target even more than before. I mean, like, hopefully, on my monitors here, one is nice and colorful, the other one's a little washed out, but that just might be the hopefully that's just my monitor, and if you guys are seeing it on a nice screen, then you're getting some of the better colors coming through here. So the write-up on the Rosette Nebula is it's bloody awesome. There's a lot to read up on here. Let's kind of go for some of the interesting bits here. Let's go first and the last paragraph on what I have. God, the Rosette Nebula is a large circular emission nebula in the constellation Monoceros. It surrounds a cluster of hot young stars are in your area. Known as the Rosette Cluster, the brightest part of the nebula have their own NGC catalog numbers. Stellar winds from this group of stars have swept out the hollow center of the rosette. These stellar winds exert pressure on the interstellar cloud and compress it. This leads to a star formation, which is currently ongoing in this vast cloud of interstellar matter. Astronomers announced the finding of a very young star within a Herbig-Haro jet in 2004. That is the quick and dirty on the Rosette Nebula there. There's a lot to read up on this, and there's going to be a lot more nights shot with this scope and this camera on this nebula, and it's getting all the attention right now until the Orion constellation is freely available to me. I do think I might have to do some a little bit of tree surgery to get that out of the way, because I think with my position, it's going to be a bit of a tough target to get to. But man, oh man. All right, where's the scope at? It is getting close to the trees. You can see just just over here. It's almost coming to the trees. There is Orion. There's the Orion constellation, the belt, Rigel, and kind of just visible would be the Orion Nebula down there behind the trees. So it's almost a necessity to kind of do a little pruning, because if we can at least get rid of this area, and that's opening up the rest of the constellation for the night, and I'll have to fix up the cabling situation to bring that back into view. But okay, enough of the night sky. We're going back to that rosette. There's so much to see. Like, what other port? Like, there's there's so many areas. I would almost like kind of center on the on this part here, and then get more of these dust clouds and everything in that area. Right. Screenshot. Make sure we got that. Oh, at some point my internet cut out. So that's twice it's happened. But we're good. We're back. We're in control. Make sure everybody is where they have to be, but I can't get enough of this image. I'm sorry. This is our first rosette of the season with this scope, with this camera, and man, oh man, seriously, what's sign like? Definitely want to do. I want to try and process this shot as much as possible, and clean this up, and that's going on my phone. Maybe, who knows? My God, I don't think there's any other target right now that I could shoot that's going to kind of top this one at the moment. I mean, but also at the same time, okay, two things going against it. It's 1 a.m. Yes, it did. I'm floored by this image. So two things going against things right now. It is 1 a.m. for me. I do have work in the morning. However, working from home, I'm in the office. My studio is my kitchen and office. But I mean, what other target could I shoot that's going to look as amazing as this thing here? It's I guess astronomically downhill from here. I mean, I could shoot another section of this, but this is the kind of the meat and potatoes of the whole thing here. I mean, if I centered on here, I think that's interesting enough. Gonna garner, yeah, forget it. It's my stream. I can do what I want. I'm gonna shoot another area of, unless the trees are getting away, because that's going to be an issue. Because then that's going to muck things up immensely. Which, looking at the guiding, I don't know. I don't know. Good job, son. Good night for me. All right, Ma, you're heading off. No worries. Thank you very much for tuning in. Appreciate that very much. And glad you're able to see this image of the rosette, which was kind of like the this has been the highlight of the evening for sure. All right, I think I'm gonna chance it. I think I have to. And tomorrow night we'll probably shoot another portion of the rosette, depending on the weather. What's the what's the weather saying for tomorrow? Is it going to hold up? It looks like we have. Let's reset that there. Tomorrow night is, for some stupid reason, there's clouds at from 7 o'clock until 9 o'clock. And then from 10 o'clock until 3 in the morning, we have fairly clear skies with, oh God, it's getting down to -2. We're getting freezing temps. Son of a biscuit. All right. And there's like no wind tomorrow. So maybe even those clouds from 7 till 9 will bugger off, and then we can have a nice long clear night. But actually, to be fair, we are kind of approaching the cloudy period, and actually the wind is going to start kicking up soon. So, you know, I'm going to... Oh, man, I'm excited for all this. This has got me jazzed for sure. Man, all right. Let me take one more look at the night sky, see what we're... Probably have enough time to do one more shot on the rosette, although let's have a look. Internet, expose yourself. So it would be this section. Maybe we'll shoot over here. Oh, I don't know. All right, the more I hum and ha about it. All right, we have, that's saved. We have, we've saved that image down. Okay, now we've saved, that's, we have the FITS file for that image. And I did take a screenshot, but let's take one more just in case. There we go. So we will, let's turn off the histogram. And I'm going to center on what I kind of call the nose. Oh, actually, it wouldn't move very much anyway. That should be centered. So we will we'll call this one the bonus image. We'll see how this one turns out. Stop the guiding. Refresh that. Although for how long I've been humming and hawing and thinking, okay, we'll do this one, and it's probably going to, something's going to go wonky with the system. Let's see. Nah, forget it. We'll go back to this one. A little large, a little overkill. Let's just make sure. All right, we're down a little lower in the Rosette Nebula. Another interesting section. just a little away from the center there. So let's we're going to start that up. We're going to call this one the last image of the evening, and we'll kind of pack things in shortly. But we'll do this one more image of the Rosette Nebula. Very insanely happy with that that previous image, and I think this one is going to look just as cool. We're going to still have that center area up in the corner, but yeah, we're going to have a little more of the darker area of the nebula, kind of blocking out some of the light coming through there. Yeah, I think that's going to look that'll look all right. Still keeping that center area. But I will kind of start the thank yous and making sure I kind of hit everybody that I want to. I mean, where we're starting off, we're going to go from 23 hours ago with A. Walker CA following and joining the observatory, the Disk of Accretion. James Vade subscribing at a tier 2. Thank you so much. So those who see James Vade, he has the access to our Astro logo, our raid icon, and the tier 2 Earth icon. These are all designed by myself. I am a graphic designer of 20 plus years, and slowly and surely I will be making a lot more customizations to the channel. You know, I still have a full-time job during the day, 9 till 5:30, as a graphic designer for another company. So that doesn't allow for much stream editing and work during the week. So it is kind of the weekends where I have more time to grow, to build up on the stream there. And like I said before, any bits that come in, any subscriptions, any donations that come into through the channel, it all goes towards the astrophotography gear, and just being able to image longer, get some better images, have some more options throughout the night is going to be the goal for this channel. I mean, we're still very new. It's been about a month and a half essentially that we've been streaming on Twitch, and I'm just very happy to have gotten to this point. And there's tons more plans that are in store for the future of the channel. And I know it does sound a little cliche that, oh yeah, we got big plans, we're gonna do all this and that and the other, and we're gonna do it so quick. And no, this is gonna be a marathon. We're not trying to I'm not strapping a rocket to my back and trying to go as high as possible. This whole collection of astrophotography gear has been 4 years in the making. Essentially, it's been built up from the start of an Alt-Az mount to a Star Adventurer to an EQ6R Pro, and little bits have been added here and there to try and make the most out of the imaging the night sky, because it's one of those things that it allows for some time alone. It allows for reflection, and it just allows us to be amazed looking up at the night sky. There's so much out there. There's so many areas that we just can't see with our meat cameras. We need to have other types of cameras that can have long exposures and bring out these details. So it's anything that comes in, I'm giving back in better images and longer nights with you guys. And yeah, that's my goal with the site. It's I mean, monetizing things is not the sole purpose of this. This is just me. I want to share this with you guys as much as possible. It was like when the first time I had looked through a scope. Actually, when I was younger, I looked at the moon through a telescope. We got the scope at about the time Comet Hyakutake was in the night sky, and we were trying to get views of that, and that was long before I was even anywhere considering that you could take pictures of the night sky with a telescope. It was purely visual, and eventually kind of, I don't know what even happened to that telescope. I don't know where it went. But it wasn't until about 4.5 years ago when I went to a star party and had a look at the moon through, I believe it was another Celestron telescope. I think it was an 8-inch, but seeing the moon through there, I wanted to be able to get a shot of that. I held my phone up to the eyepiece and took a quick snap, and from there it was like it was over. Like that was it. It's CD here. Thanks for following. Thank you for joining the observatory. Welcome in. We are glad to have you in our community. And I am currently rambling on about the my origin story for astrophotography. Yeah, I just wanted to be able to share that image because I almost feel, to me personally, it doesn't apply to anybody else, but visual astronomy can feel a little selfish. I want more people to see this. I want other people to know what's up in the night sky. What is beyond our rooftops, and this is my way of being able to share it with as many people as possible. And I'm very happy with meeting a bunch of new people tonight, which is fantastic. I mean, Bill Nash joining, Jeffrey Horn, Jazzwiz, Dev Nelson. My God, I don't even if I acknowledged Dev Nelson. I'm very sorry if I didn't. But welcome to the observatory. Very happy to have you in the community. James Vade again, cheering 100 bits. I appreciate that immensely. Donations and things are not necessary, but at the same time, I appreciate it so much. It's humbling that people are happy to part with a little bit of their hard-earned money to support this channel, and it's I'm still overall speechless with the generosity of people, and I'm just happy to share my experience with you guys, and just happy to have a chat with anybody. And really, there's doesn't always have to be astronomy centric for things. If another topic kind of pops up, we can go off on tangents. It happens, and I have the tendency to kind of ramble on as well. So also, unless if the chat is quiet, there's no reason that you don't have to if you want to lurk, that's totally fine. That's cool. But yeah, I can ramble on most times. Who else we got after James? We got old Greg has joined the observatory. I'm gonna muck this one up again, or it could be Tom IC Tech or Tomic Tech. If you guys have a name that doesn't have any capitalization in there, throw out some phonetics, and then you can continue to lurk. That is totally cool. It's CD. Thank you very much for joining. I appreciate all the follows, all the bits, all the subscriptions that have come in, and it's it's giving me some good hope for what this channel can offer and what we can do in the future. And we've had some more astrophotographers jump in the chat as well, and they're happy to offer up any any suggestions, any kind of insight and input to what they've experienced. And yeah, it's just I love the whole astronomy community, because really we're all out with the same goal of capturing images of the night sky or viewing the night sky and just talking about astronomy, astrophotography at any point. I'm happy to bang on about this as much as possible, and I try to shoehorn that in to some conversations, just a casual mention of things, and just try to steer the conversation towards this. And that might be a little selfish as well, but at the same time, there are people who are silently fans of astrophotography and of the night sky. So it's this is what I love to do. It's what I want to do. And the more we can do it, the more we can kind of band together and just have a better community, a more expansive community. Um, Anytime, cool. I love that. Way too new to offer new way to offer help. If anything, I'll be begging for someone to explain stuff for me. Happy to have you come in. Where any questions that kind of pop up, if I don't have the answer, I'm going to do what I can to kind of come up with the proper answer. I'm independently studying astronomy, and I don't want to steer anybody wrong with any misinformation. So if I don't know the answer, I'm not going to bullshit. I don't want to throw out any misinformation and things like that. So yeah. I love talking astro anytime. I do the same sort of thing here. Perfect. I love it. It's when I was in university, I did everything I could to gear my projects in the way of astronomy. And it worked out about 90% of the time. Other times it was like, no, you can't do it there. It's the wrong audience. But yeah, I did everything I could to steer the whole project in the way of astronomy. Actually doing a stream tonight on Clear Skies Network, if it's clear. Excellent. Well, hopefully you got clear skies where you are as well, because I'm happy to be doing some image processing and chatting about astronomy, but I'm much happier shooting these images and banging on about it, because it's a little more dynamic. And although I said before, I can make a 10-minute process last 2 hours by going off on 14 different tangents at once sometimes, but that is part of the fun of things. You can have a bit of a plan, but yeah, down on. So whereabouts are you? Whereabouts are you, CD? Like, you're in Australia or New Zealand? Because there are tons of targets in the southern hemisphere that I would figuratively kill to image myself. Southern Australia. All right. Hopefully you guys are also doing well with your. You got some potential lockdowns. We're currently in our second or third week in the UK with a lockdown, with the national lockdown going on. So hopefully you guys are staying safe. And I think also, in a way, astronomy and astrophotography have seen a bit of an uptick. All right. There's something about this profile that just seems to be like an ant's eye view of the nebula. It wasn't a huge shift from where we were at, but there's just something about this shot that's just so. Finally, I get there are many people who have made shots of objects in the sky, and they seem incredibly monolithic and just kind of have this massive structure to it. And I gotta say, this is the first time that any of the shots that I've made actually feels like I'm looking up at something incredibly massive. And I'm getting I'm getting small amounts of goosebumps right now. Like, to be able to shoot something like this myself, something that I would see in the beginnings of more images that I'd be in absolute awe of that someone else has shot. I'm just loving how this has turned out right now. And I was kind of, for me, I was kind of worried that this bonus image of the night wasn't going to turn out as well as I thought it was. However, holy like, I can't, it's like, this section here is just giving just so much depth overall to the image. Like, I feel, yes, this section of the gas and dust is like so much higher, and you can feel a bit of the depth in this. I don't know if it's coming off the same way on your screens. as it is on mine. But it's one of those rare instances when you're looking at the night sky and I can get a bit of a sense of the depth of this structure here. And yeah, there's going to be definitely as many shots of the Rosette Nebula as possible. This is it's an absolutely gorgeous target to be shooting. It's so freaking bright. There's so much to see in this thing, and it hasn't. There's like no way it could disappoint. You know, the filter. It's a narrowband filter, so we're really only getting the important bits out of this thing, and we're getting rid of everything else. And it's past 1 in the morning, and I forgot to do an image at 10 to 1 and at 1 o'clock to see the difference in the image there for light pollution. Oh well. So yeah, the street lights in my area have now turned off. So you know, we've lost that bit of glow down there. So the night sky is a little less impacted by the street lights now, because the mass majority of them have been turned off. Yep. All right, do I want to, I don't know if I really even want to stretch this anymore. No, too much. Back that off just a tiny bit. That's what I thought couldn't get any better from that previous image. Yeah, stupidly happy with this one. Saving that screenshot for sure. That's saved. We're good. That image is saved as a FITS file, so we can get that that done there. Boy, oh boy. Right. I am going to call this one a night. We are just shy of 5 hours, and I kind of need to pee. So we're going to call this one an evening. I have thanked you all for joining in. We will aim to be back tomorrow night at maybe, what time is it? I will put in a tweet out on the Twitter, because that is kind of like my my go live section there that we'll throw in, information up on there. But yeah, forget my face. Forget my face. Forget that. You know what? We're ending off on the Rosette Nebula here. So my little face is going to be up here, and I'm going to say the goodbyes. We will aim to be back either at about 9 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time, or if the clouds bugger off, it's going to be about 6 o'clock, or maybe 6:30. Let me get something to eat after work. Yeah, Bill Nash, thank you very much for recommending this channel. Thank you very much for bringing in some new friends, some new faces, some new names. I appreciate it so much. I'm glad you guys are here for this stream. This has turned out incredibly well. I mean, nope, that's the wrong way. I mean, look at this. Holy shit. Man. So, we'll aim to be back here about 6 o'clock, 6:30 Greenwich Mean Time, or possibly 9 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time, depending on what the clouds do. But it looks like for a few hours, we're going to have some more clear skies. We're going to have absolutely no wind. We're going to have some freezing temps. So get your spirit boxes out, and we'll have some fun. But thank you guys so much for tuning in. Oh, we got 14 people in here. Let's throw you guys. Let me see who's available. Who can we give you guys to? because this has been a tremendous time. Do you guys have any streamers that you know that are online? I'm happy to throw it to somebody else, and we'll. Who do we have? I should have also been doing this. This is still new. I'm still kind of getting into the whole swing of things, and it's getting there. Science, art is somebody who. Let's see who I got. Who else is streaming? There we go. We'll go to CosmoQuest. Happy to support them. Happy to throw some more people there. So, right. Those of you who have collected enough photons, you can possibly unlock the raid icon. For those of you who have subscribed to the channel, you can do !raid once we get this going there. Cosmo Quest X. Right. Hopefully you stick around for the raid. We have fabulous 12. Love it. So if you are a subscriber, or if you have unlocked with some photon points, !raid is going to throw this one up. I thank you guys ever so much. Holy shit, it's been a fantastic night. I appreciate it immensely. We will see you guys tomorrow night. I have been Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Thank you so much, and have a tremendous evening.